I've known teams hunting President Trump before Butler, Pennsylvania. The attempt was Ukrainian. So this is Matt Gaetz talking about. But I think that if that hadn't happened, so if all of social media remained like staunch leftist, left wing, just giving completely into whatever propaganda the government wants to give them regarding vaccines or Ukraine or anything else with no critical arguments about it that are accepted. Just anybody who doesn't follow the narrative, especially people like, they censored Stanford and MIT. They were trying to tell them to pull those guys, like Dave Bhattacharya, all these doctors about COVID. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I did.
Censoring like legitimate experts in the field. Mark Cooks, guys like Peter McCullough, was the most published doctor in his field of study in human history. And they're like, no, you're a kook. You're a kook. And we know now that that was not true. He was correct. Now we all know, right? All these years later, most people kind of know what the fuck happened. Even people were reluctant to admit they got duped.
Yeah.
If Elon does not come along and buy Twitter, I don't know where we are right now. I really don't. Because if they had the clamps on Twitter, and they did the same thing with Twitter that they're doing right now with other social media apps, it would be fucking awful out there.
I know. Elon's been a blessing.
He really has.
It's a big one. I mean, I don't think they're going to be around. I feel like that the media will die with baby boomer generation.
I think if Elon didn't buy Twitter, it would be fine. I really do.
Probably.
The only thing that fucks them up is YouTube. They got a clamp on YouTube too. YouTube is they're very restricted in what you can talk about. Very restricted, especially during the pandemic. They would ban YouTube for talking about things that we know for a fact are true.
We dealt with a lot of that.
We dealt with a lot of it, right?
I'll bet you did too.
Oh yeah. Anybody on YouTube, you have to like parse your words. Like Jimmy Dore, even criticizing the vaccine, he's like, but you should take the vaccine because it's safe and effective.
Yeah.
He only has to say it, like to cover his ass, like as a joke.
Was it nice for you to come off? Did you enjoy that when it first happened?
My strategy was no, I don't think my strategy was to become 10% less famous. So when I went over to Spotify was going to give me all this money, and I was like, oh great, just fucking a little less famous too. That'd be good. Like kind of like go the Howard Stern route, kind of fade off in the sunset.
Yeah. Did it work?
I know. The economy, massive controversy, but it also even before that, this podcast was growing on Spotify too quick. But so there's no like extra pressure being on YouTube, but there is a pressure if you rely on it. If you
I guess I meant with
demonetize.
That's what I meant. I meant with like the censorship stuff. I was wondering.
Can you hear something interesting?
Yeah.
We got demonetized all the time. A lot of episodes. We announced it's going to go exclusive to Spotify. And then from that moment out, there was like a few months window.
No kidding.
They never did. They just took off my don't go. No, they didn't. No, it wasn't that. They wanted to. Why would they demonetize me? Because they didn't get a cut either. What they're trying to do, essentially, get you to fall in line by getting you to self-censor because it benefits you financially. It's a creepy form of censorship because you do it to yourself and it's kind of okay because you can't really prove that they got you to not talk about things you wanted to talk about, and they can't really prove that you follow this public narrative just because you want to keep your job.
I mean, really bothers me is we both put a lot into this, and what bothers me is like, just tell me what you want. What is it?
And I won't fucking tell you. I don't want to talk to them. This is how I feel. I don't think they should be talking about what to do. I think if you're not doing anything illegal, if you're not saying anything illegal or doing anything illegal, don't take it off.
Some of it I'm totally with you. Some of it I get, like, pedophilia,
100% illegal
stuff. Even language. I mean, there's 3-year-olds out watching. I got a 3-year-old kid. You know, he's
Right,
watching
they have YouTube. Like,
so
kids, great.
So I get it when they like mark my shit with a 18 plus, but but they won't tell me. You know, it's like, well, just like I can't correct the fucking problem and tell me what it is.
Right.
And I mean, they just don't. They don't want to abide. They don't want to box themselves in and not be able to or censor something.
Yeah, there's that, and there's no benefit for them to tell you what you said that was wrong. There's no benefit. The good thing is to get you to self-censor. That's the best. Put the threat over you. That's why they give you strikes. 1 strike, 2 strikes, Sean, 3 strikes. You know, it's kind of silly, weird. Like, is this the penal system or is this goddamn social media platform? Yeah. It should be. If advertisers don't want to advertise on that particular content, okay, that seems easy to manage, guys. And guess what? There'd be a lot of advertisers that would be willing to advertise on that content. You're just not being creative enough with your advertisement. If you're just treating it as a business, or are you treating it as not just a social media video website, but a way to push and a way to amplify a very specific message?
I mean, if you can control what comes out of people's mouths, you can control what they think.
Yeah, if you're making a lot of money on YouTube and you're doing great, wow, real good life now. And then all of a sudden YouTube comes along and says, "That's a vaccine, Sean. Sean, we have COVID vaccine information on our this can cost lives." And some platforms make you do like a re-education where you have to like talk to them, have conversations with them about what you did that may have been offensive or what you did that may have violated the terms and conditions they have for their community.
Yeah, I think we had to do
that. Fucking creepy. That shit's fucking creepy because you're dealing with some fucking woke kid in Silicon Valley who uptalks. And this person, okay, what you're doing, Sean, right now with your show, I know that harmful, but it really is. It's truly harmful. Yeah, truly harmful. Exposing government corruption.
I can tell. Yeah, it's real harmful already.
It's fucking weird, man. It's weird. But I love the fact that at least it exists. And even though it's not perfect, I don't think YouTube can be perfect because they're managing at scale. In order for them to get all the pornography and the cartels upload murder videos to YouTube, like they're constantly putting out fires. Can you imagine the amount of data that YouTube has to deal with on a daily basis? No. It kind of behooves them. They just fucking give them strikes, threaten them, slow everything down. Like, too much of this is getting us in trouble. We just want to make a lot of money. Yeah. Like, I get it. It's kind of genius. And it's a perfect setup. Like, the algorithm where it's constantly like recommending stuff that you're interested in. Fucking great. Great time waster. But also a tool for shaping narrative. And if only one narrative is pushed out there and other narratives will literally get you demonetized, so you lose your ability to make a living, and then possibly get your whole channel removed, which you did to many people. They just removed their whole channel.
Well, I mean, where do you think this is going to end?
That should be, all that stuff we talked about should be illegal. That stuff should be covered in the First Amendment. Demonetization? No. Because look, if you want to have standards where you say that the advertisers that we have a group of advertisers, and they have requested no shows where someone swears. No shows where someone talks about sex. No shows where someone talks about over drinking or anything like that. And they just have rules. We don't want to be associated with that. That's totally reasonable. When you want to like stop a channel from uploading a video because they're making an argument that maybe the lab leak hypothesis is legitimate, and you're pulling that off the air, well, now what are you doing? If you're deleting an episode that's accurate about really dangerous information, not just to us, but also to the organizations that paid for these crazy gain of function research projects. Like, what the fuck are you doing? What did you do? And if you were talking about that on YouTube and even expressing your ability to just guess that maybe it came from that area. Like, have you ever seen that Jon Stewart interview when he was on the Colbert Show?
Yeah.
Fucking amazing, right? Amazing. But even that, like, Colbert's trying to stop him. Just saying, maybe these people who are working on these fucking viruses let one leave. Maybe. That would get you removed. That's a violation of, in my opinion. Because you should, especially some of these people are very informed people. They were biologists. They were talking about the very specific design of this virus, varying cleavage sites, and how it's very different than anything you see from a natural spillover. They were talking about technical, very specific details, and they were getting like Brett Weinstein almost lost his kid. He almost lost his kid. Yes. We gotta have him on, do an emergency podcast, and like let people know what the fuck is going on. He almost pulled his channel.
Yeah.
He's a biologist, a brilliant one. He's talking about real information.
It's scary, man. I mean, I don't know. I think about it all the time, honestly.
Yeah.
Industry. So, I hope X, turns out to be, the new.
I don't think X is going anywhere. I think Elon knows how
I'm trying to find Torch's bitch.
Keep that bitch running. And I think it's getting attached to AI now, which is going to be insane.
Think about it. If I turn out, I stop spamming, I turn out 50% of every clip that's on that platform. This is
and I think that for places like Rumble, the more places like YouTube and Facebook and all these other places, more they can find people and more they force people to these boxes and make people toe the line if they want to make any money off of advertising, they don't want their channel deleted. The more companies like Rumble will emerge. That's what I think. I think there's going to be just right now Rumble's a hard sell for some folks because they see it as like, oh, the right wing fucking like a MAGA. I'm not calling it Truth Social video. There's a lot of people that have those prejudices, but Russell Brand's on there. A lot of people are on there. It's a good platform, and it's an important platform, and we should like support it and want it to grow. We should want them all to grow. But Spotify's got video now. We need more video because audio is just not enough. It's just audio podcasts. You want people to share things virally.
Yeah.
And the virally stuff, it's all like Elon Musk smoked on my podcast. That's all video. You want video.
Yeah.
And the more we have platforms where that stuff is just free, where you can just say whatever you want, say whatever you think about anything, which really X and Rumble are the only places that I know of that you can do that right now.
Have you had any problem on audio at all?
No.
Good.
No.
I have an eye.
It's audio is like they're leaving that alone for now. I think it's probably because it's not as easy to share. Right?
That's what's coming next.
Yeah, probably. I mean, all they would have to do is put images of you and images of me, and then have our audio and upload that as a video. And then maybe they would start coming out for audio.
Yeah. I mean, I hope. I just hope shit.
I do too, but I don't think it turns around that Kamala Harris gets into office. I think they clamp down more. I think the same stuff that they were trying to do with Twitter, they'll try to do something else with other things. They've already openly discussed it. She's openly discussed that the same rules have to apply to Facebook, they have to apply to Twitter, Elon Musk privileges. There's so many wild things. Tim Walz said that the First Amendment doesn't apply to misinformation or hate speech. Okay, well, it certainly does. It does. Sometimes people say things wrong, and the goal of the First Amendment is you say something wrong, and then this guy, as an expert, says the right thing. Yeah. And then you correct them.
Yeah, I mean, the misinformation, it's all
right. Well, so much of it turns out to be true. How about masks don't work? You would get screamed at for masks don't work. Well, guess what? They don't fucking work. They don't work. Fauci said masks don't work. Remember that interview before the pandemic, before they knew how big it was going to be?
Yes.
He was like, you don't have to wear it.
Then it was work too.
Then it was wear double. It's bananas how easily people fell in line. That scared me the most.
I know. I mean, it's like what are you? There's nothing they won't do. There's nothing they won't do.
There's a lot of cowards out there. There's a lot of people that have never been pushed and don't know what to do.
nervous, and they're out there voting. Do you think they're cowards, or do you think they're just lazy and they like being told what to do?
There's both.
Takes all the decisions out of the day.
There's both. There's also people that are scared of a negative response, so they say what everybody wants them to say. Somebody described this really very eloquently, and I saved it on my phone because I'm like, this guy nailed it. But essentially, they were saying, like, especially with beta male, they don't say something because they have an opinion and they really want to express that opinion. They say something and they consider, am I going to get in trouble if I say this? And then if that's the case, they don't. And am I going to get in trouble if I agree with them? And probably not, because right-wing people don't really go after you, and left-wing people do. Like, if you want to talk about the woman's right to choose, if you want to say, I agree with the woman's right to choose, but, like the Burrs bit, you remember that bit? And he goes, I think I agree with the woman's right to choose, but I also think you kill a baby. It's a kind of a crazy bit. It's really funny, brilliant, but it's just, that's really what it is.
I mean, that's the truth.
That is what it is. It is what it is. Factually, that is what it is. And this is coming from someone who's pro-choice. But I think that if you look at all the things that they have that distract us, all the different things that are in the news constantly, whether it's the Diddy raid or fucking J-Lo and Ben Affleck breaking up, and you're just getting force-fed all kinds of shit while the border is wide open, while they have apps where people can get flights.
The VP1 app.
What the fuck? That sounds like I had Chamath on. Do you know Chamath? I don't want to mispronounce his last name. I'll fuck it up. Brilliant guy. And we were talking about how hard it was for his family to legally immigrate, how difficult it was to get a visa. And he's a brilliant guy. He started Facebook. He was one of the original guys at Facebook. And he's this guy who did it the right way, and every step of the way, there was tremendous anxiety when you go to get the visa renewed. He didn't know that he was kicked out of the country because someone could arbitrarily go, no, not good enough. Because he had to prove here that he has skills that an American doesn't have. That he's a real expert.
I went down to the border about, I think it was 2 years ago, maybe a little longer, and I went down with Ed Calderon. And
I love Ed.
Yeah, what a great guy.
He's a great guy. I've had him on a couple times.
Yeah, that's where I found him. So thank you. So I went down to TJ with them, and this was like before we really hit the news cycle. And we walked into a migrant camp, probably a couple thousand migrants there. And so I yanked one of them out and interviewed him, and used Ed to help translate. And I mean, the guy's been sitting there for I think he was there with his wife and kids for 2 years. And I was like, why don't you just go across, dude? It's an honest question. Why don't you just go across? He said he wanted to do it the right way. Wow. He's like, I just want to do it the right way. And
oh my God.
He's running around with this little battery pack charging cell phones for 50 cents. And I'm like, just fuck it, man. Why don't they just? Because nobody's anti-immigration.
No,
not that I know. And
we're anti-terrorists.
Yeah. Why don't you just unfuck the immigration process? And maybe we can get some more people in here quicker, legally, if you do that, and then we actually know who's coming in, and we have documentation of who they are. And
wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, that's racist.
Yeah.
And they want them to vote. It's even crazier. They're pumping them out into swing states. It's so transparent. It's happening right in front of everybody's face. And it's a wild grab for power. And the only people talking about it, which is really crazy. The only people that are talking about it are people that aren't really connected to some sort of executive corporation, a bunch of producers, a bunch of people telling you what to do.
Yeah.
This is not even something that that right-wing news wants to discuss.
Good point. But have you done any went across there.
Yeah. I talked to Dr. Phil about it. Dr. Phil did this big investigation. You'll get that. He's got his own network now, Merit Media. It's gotten so bad that Dr. Phil decided he has to start a network for news.
Good for him, man.
Great guy.
Good for him.
Great guy. But he was essentially, talking about how they really don't know how many people they're coming through that are criminal. They're dropping off their IDs on the Mexican side. They get rid of their IDs. When they cross over, they have nothing on them. You don't know who they are. You don't know what they've done. Gang members, cartel members, guys escaping Venezuelan prison. No one knows.
Yeah.
All you have to do is get over here, and we'll give you cards. We'll set you up. Go to New York City. They'll put you in a nice hotel. They'll give you free food. And meanwhile, these poor people in Chicago that are like, what about us? What about American citizens that pay tax dollars? You guys don't give a fuck about us. You haven't done anything for us. Why? Because they know what you're doing. They know they already got them. They already got them. We've got those people. Statistically, they look at the numbers. Like, statistically, we're good. Let's just get some people in them swing states.
It's fucking scary, man. I mean, I've been diving into the border shit for quite a while, and ever since Afghanistan withdrawal, that was big. I was just.
Did you talk about that? Kennedy?
A little bit.
Told me some shit. Can't imagine, like, that guy saw so much overseas. Said the worst thing he ever saw.
You know who Tyler Andrew Vargas is? No. That's the one Marine that survived that suicide bombing in Navigate. Navigate was killed 13 Marines. And so I called him. Well, everybody wanted him to come on the show, and I was like, this fucking guy, like all the media, everybody wants him. And but I was like, all right, fine, I'll reach out. So hit him on the program, and messaged right back, and he got in, and he's like, I'm so glad that you reached out to me. He's like, I was literally just praying with my fiance that you would reach out. Wow. He had just did an ABC Good Morning America interview for 7 hours. They released 5 seconds of that interview because it made the administration look so fucking bad. They wouldn't air it. So I got him on, kept getting dinged by YouTube. They didn't like the real footage, which was actually like from his cell phone, and shit. But man, like to have like his testimony about what happened that day, and then the care afterwards was fucking atrocious. God, I watched this guy, my student, fucking story, and I watch a 23-year-old kid hobble up those fucking stairs with one leg, one arm, all kinds of shit going on as a test. I mean, this didn't have to happen. They had the guy. They had the fucking guy in the sights. They could have killed him. And, nobody gave him permission. Just, maybe I can't backseat quarterback it. They shouldn't have asked. Eliminated him. Jesus Christ. But, I mean, he's talking about, before we got into the actual incident, he was talking about, like moms trying to throw their babies over the wall and getting caught up, razor wire, and fucking baby dangle there by the leg. Yeah. Just, there's like no, there's no repercussions for how that went down. The media just wants to fucking cover it up, and so I started digging deep. And, I teamed up with the former state targeter Sarah Adams, and then a really good friend of mine, Scott Mann. We went over to Vienna to interview this guy, Ahmad Massoud, leader, the commander of the Northern Alliance out there. That's like Taliban. The Taliban pretty much took over government in Afghanistan. I saw. Yeah. With all our shit that we left there. Crazy. Yeah, man. So, got a bunch of intel from Massoud, and so kind of moving all the way back around to the border. I mean, so once Taliban took control of all of our shit. I mean, this could go on for a while, but so now what they're doing is they have the passport office over there just making legitimate passports to. There's 21 terrorist organizations that are training. Hans bin Laden, who was killed, is actually fucking alive, and he's marrying into all these other terrorist networks. So he married Mullah Omar's daughter. He married into all these different terrorist networks, and so these guys used to be like competitors, kind of, just like the UFO guys. They all hate each other, but they all have the one common theme, like disclosure. These guys, the one common thing is, let's go take over the Western world. So he is basically Hans bin Laden is married into all these terrorist organizations. Now they all have one common goal to come over to, the Western world and ruin our way of life. And so what they're doing is they're funneling as many of these terrorists into the passport office, creating them legitimate, real passports, and then they sprinkle them. They get them flights into all over South Central America, and then they funnel them up through the Darien Gap into the U.S. And so, there is zero. I don't give a fuck what the FBI or any of these people are saying. There is zero way to track how many of these fuckers have come in to the U.S. And so, now we're going to see like October 7th style attacks like we saw in Israel and the mall in Russia. And everybody's like, oh,
do you think this is by design?
By design.
Like the leaving the border porous, allowing these people to come in?
Absolutely, I think it's by design. I mean, they basically Border Patrol stand down. Like, do not do your fucking job. We're going to blast you. I mean, remember the guy on the horse that they said was whipping people up being like brains? Yeah, the horse. I mean, yeah, I think it's by design, from the government, but I think that I think that the government is more incompetent than it's ever been before, and I think they have one common goal, and that I think the goal is voting. They want them to vote, but I don't think they're competent enough to realize the death, destruction, and the other repercussions that we're going to face by keeping that border open. Because they don't have anybody, they don't have anybody with any experience. They don't have any solid intelligence stuff going on that's telling them, like, hey, this is what's going to happen. It's all objective driven. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. It does make sense that all they care about is voting. Get the people in, don't worry about the consequences. But more insidious conspiracy, they want unrest because it gives them an opportunity to clamp down. Right?
I mean, shit, unrest. They got really good at unrest. You know what I mean? In 2020, right? All through 420, up to that election. I don't think they need to import terrorism.
Different kind of unrest that you get from people blowing up targets. It's very different than the kind of unrest you get from a legitimate terror attack.
Yeah. I mean, then people never think about why nothing happened in China. If you looked into the power grid at all,
it's not good.
Lights out, buddy.
It's so easy to kill.
Yeah.
The power grid's so vulnerable. It's really nuts. It's nuts because anybody can target it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, China. We have those. We get those big everything's imported from China. We have these huge, transformers. You can tell me shut up if you already know all the shit. But all of those transformers are imported from China, and they're not checked. They don't even fucking check them for malware or Trojan horses or anything. It will take. I mean, these transformers. It's not like the little box outside your house. The green box. They have to take overpasses out just to transport these things. So you're talking years, and I think the number was like 9. If they took out 9 transformers, then the entire U.S. would be out of power. On top of that, so then DOE, Department of Energy, actually investigated the facility was. It got to DC that whatever they decided to look at, and they wouldn't fucking release the results. They wouldn't fucking release the results. So they're in our water treatment plants. They're in our power grid. I've been talking about this shit for years, and then cell phone towers, and then FBI Director Chris Wray comes out and says, "Oh yeah, sure. Turns out our grid's really vulnerable. China's in there, and they're also in our treatment plants. They get fucking
they own land on military bases. Like if they are on a long-term strategy, it's very effective. They're doing a great job. They undercut the competition, cell phone towers, all sorts of things. They position them around military bases. Mike Baker, all of it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how are they letting this go through? Is it incompetence? Is it fools running it? Are they corrupt? Like, how did they do that? I mean, one of the things that really fucked us, we got away from manufacturing, and we relied on countries. We really found that out during COVID, when you couldn't get shit. It was like, whoa, wait a minute, how much more shit is made over there? Like, everything? Like, how much medicine is made overseas? How many different things that we need, that we constantly use, we don't even know how to make? Yeah. A lot, man. You see those?
I remember folks pulling the fucking masks out. I didn't wear them very long, but I fell for it for about 30 days, and then I was like, "This is." But yeah, you pull the mask out, and I live out in the woods. But yeah, made in China. I'm like, but didn't the thing come?
Yeah, they're making money hand over feet.
Right, cool.
The whole thing is nuts.
Go U.S.
Yeah, it's nuts. But getting away from manufacturing does not do the country any justice. It's just corporations save a little bit of money, push everything off to third world countries to manufacture, including our phone. And I've said this over and over again. If Apple could make an American-made phone and charge me more money, I'll pay double for it. Charge me a phone where I know the people get union wages, they get health care, they get paid correctly, live a good life, and they work normal hours. They don't have to speak fucking bunk. They did that boxing nets all around the building, keep people jumping.
Yeah.
You've seen that shit, right?
No, actually.
You haven't seen it?
No.
The Chinese factories where they make iPhones are so fucked. People are so distraught that they put all these fencing with giant nets all around the building. So many people were jumping to their death that they decided, we'll just Are you serious? Yeah. Those are the nets. Those are suicide nets all around the building.
Sorry, buddy. Back to the assembly.
How crazy is that?
Damn, that is.
How crazy is that?
Wow.
Instead of making the conditions better where people don't want to kill themselves so often that you need nets around a building, they go, nah, nets. Fuck those people.
Dude, I mean, it's great flavor.
Yeah. It's close to it. I mean, they don't really have any other options. And when you're getting a phone, and what's a phone? Like $1,500 bucks? Is that what it is? Charge $2,000. Yeah. Charge $2,000. People will pay it. Most people are like putting on a part of their bill to pay a little bit of it off every day. You really don't need to fucking switch phones every year. Like everybody does, but you don't need. Like I have a iPhone 11 that I use sometimes. Like my numbers, fucking looks great. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. 5-year-old phone or 4-year-old phone, whatever. So you could get a made in America phone and wouldn't feel like you're supporting this horrific shit that everybody turns a blind eye to. That's the only way you get that. They have them all made over there.
God, I don't think it's coming back. But
well, it could. I mean, there would have to be a large concerted effort, but the problem is it took decades to go away. It'll probably take slightly longer to come back. Because there's got to be planning and funding, and people have to make long-term investments. It'll be a big gamble.
yeah.
But I mean, I'm sure you've seen Who Killed what is it? Michael Moore's documentary. The Flint, Michigan one. What is it called again? Roger. That's right. Oh, Roger Rabbit. Roger and me. But it's all about what happened in Flint, Michigan, when they pulled out auto manufacturing. And the entire population, those people live in check to check. They were doing okay, but they had jobs. And then all of a sudden, gone. Every job's gone. There's no jobs. There's nothing. The entire industry's gone. And just people went into dire poverty. Horrific dire poverty. Instantly. Yeah. And just so a corporation can make some more money.
It's that.
It's horrible. It's fucking horrible. It's horrible. And it's horrible that that's an option. That a corporation would decide, fuck this out.
What do you think it would? I mean, you think it's gonna come back, or
I think it could? It could come back. I'm optimistic, but honest. You know, I try to look at it honestly, but also go. I think most people are good people. I really believe that. You know, even most of these people that are walking in Guatemala, I do it too. 100%. I was living in the middle of nowhere, and you told me, hey, letting people. I was like, what? Yeah. I would 100% walk. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? I think most people are good people who just want a better life. And I think the more we unite under that idea and stop buying into bullshit that, like, if either side is correct, that it's the end of democracy. I think we have to, like, stop all that tribal nonsense that's happening between the left and the right, because people are just subscribing to ideology captured in them, just like a religious fervor. Like they think that they're doing the only thing that could possibly be done to save us all, and that the other side is a dire threat. That's why, like, something like 24% of Americans think it would be a good thing if Donald Trump got shot.
I just read that.
Fucking insane.
Yeah.
Fucking insane. That people would think that violence by an assassin would be a good thing. A former president. Like, we're that fucked. But I think that that's a lot of media manipulation and a lot of people getting riled up and living in these echo chambers and bubbles. But I think ultimately at the core, most people are good people. I think if we had some wins, some things like that did start getting built. They did start bringing back more American manufacturing. People start getting excited about the idea that America becomes not just a place of innovation and art and creativity, but also, like, we start manufacturing great shit again. Yeah. There's no reason why we don't do that.
I mean, I don't feel like technology is advancing at such a rapid pace that I mean, I feel like AI will take over. AI and robots will take over everything.
Well, if AI and robots do that, at least we can get AI and robots to manufacture things in America.
Yeah,
that would be good.
No, I'm with you. I don't see. I guess what I'm saying is I don't see the union worker. I don't see what their place really fits in.
It's going to be a lot less than one for sure. Pretty much every job, and every manual labor job is.
I think every job.
I don't think. What are you gonna do? How are you gonna think like me? Good luck. Good luck. And comedy, you're always gonna have comedy. Movies are in real trouble because AI can write pretty fucking amazing scripts, and CGI, the way they can crank out video, bananas now. Yeah, I mean, it's bananas. It looks perfect. It comes out like of years.
Do you really think podcasting is safe?
I don't know. Well, I know AI is going to translate. So Spotify is going to translate my show to language.
Nice.
Eventually. They'll get the technology completely dialed in. But they'll be able to do Spanish, German, French, and you're going to be able to hear the sound like me speaking fluent French.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Are you like the test bunny?
No, they've done it already.
Oh, cool.
They've definitely done it. But they're going to be able to, once they have it completely dialed in where there's no glitch, because there's going to be some weird glitches, context, cultural things like that aren't going to make sense. Translate it.
Yeah.
That'll be weird. But once they get it dialed in pretty good, it'll be great for everybody. It'll open up the world. So, like, I want to know what folks are saying in Russia. You know, I think like to listen to a Russian podcast.
Yeah.
You know, I've watched some Russian news. The teleprompter roll. like they're always mocking us, make fun of us for having 78 genders. They relentlessly mock us. Like, that's interesting. Like, this is how Russia lives in America.
Yeah, I think that would be great. I mean, I should be talking about my more direction that I'm going to go, but okay, whatever. That's what I want to do. I want to start going and talking to all these foreign dignitaries and getting a different perspective on 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 what we're doing. I don't think I agree with a lot of shit that I was involved in. Or a contractor, and I mean, like BRICS, British, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. I think, don't quote me on this. I think they have 22 countries now. It's kind of like a counter to NATO. These countries that are tired of us, tired of the tariffs, tired of the weaponization of the U.S. dollar, and so basically what they're trying to do is throw the U.S. currency off the world stage and pull it and use Chinese yen. Whoa! And I mean that would destroy it. All trade went to if the world reserve currency went to China, that would destroy our. And so, but they're gaining a lot of traction on that. And so, yeah, I would love to go to any one of these 22 countries and talk to them and ask them, why are you doing this?
Right.
Why are you doing this? Because that gives nobody's fucking talking about it. And
I didn't even know about it.
there's no journalists talking about this. You can look up BRICS on X. There's a page. It's pretty. I don't know if it's like an official one, but they're always posting like updates about it and what's going on. And so I think it would be really important for somebody to go around and start talking to getting another perspective rather than what Fox and CNN have to say about it.
What changed with you that altered your perspective about us?
COVID. Yeah, I mean, I used to get really upset when people would, talk about, the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan, and when I was still in, and I got so pissed off, I moved out of the fucking country, and I was like, I don't want to listen to this shit anymore. But after diving in and looking at the policies that came out, and it's kind of like when it's just reflecting on some of the policy decisions and stuff that didn't really make sense at the time when I was in. That now I look back and I'm like, man, what the like? I didn't have time to think because okay, go on the next stop, go on the next mission, whatever, right? But now, like looking back through the podcast, talking to my podcast started with all my former colleagues and mill and agency. Nobody should have been there, especially Iraq. Should have been there. It's and I just keep going down the rabbit hole, and then I just diving into the military-industrial complex, all the lies that the government has been telling us, all the unreleased, classified shit. It's just it's overwhelming, and it's created 100% complete distrust in government. I mean, the Dick Cheney stuff. I mean, about Dick Cheney, Halliburton.
Yeah.
Into that.
Yeah.
At all.
Well, he was the CEO of Halliburton. Then Halliburton got no big contracts to build in Iraq.
Yeah, but I don't think people understand like how crazy, how big. I mean, it was the fucking logistics company for 2 wars. That's everything. They're delivering your mail. They're building your barracks. They're cooking your food. They're in charge of garbage. They're in charge of fuel. They're everything. Everything that's logistical over there is Halliburton. in both countries. And I mean, I think people think Afghanistan, they're like, oh man, you're probably on a out of a mountain or something. No, man, there's fucking Burger King, KFC, Pizza Hut, Thai restaurants. I mean, that's all logistics. I mean, it's fucking insane that we built there. And it all was vice CEO's vice president of the fucking country. Like, what? Are you serious?
And now he supports Kamala Harris.
Yeah, right.
When you see the left getting excited that Dick Cheney is supporting their candidate, you know the world's gone haywire.
Yeah,
the same people that used to think Dick Cheney was the devil, now all of a sudden they're like, look, Dick Cheney.
There's nobody died. It's like nobody actually has an opinion anymore. They're just told. They're just told this is what we're going with the next 2 hours.
I wonder how long with the internet, because the distrust of the media is at an all-time high. It's probably, it has to be higher than it's ever been in human history. It's ever been in the history of printed words right now, but more distrust than ever. And at the same time, you have independent people that have become bigger than the media. That's never happened before. There's never been a thing where just an app you get on your phone has 30 times more views than the top show that's CNN.
Yeah.
That's never happened. But now that's the world that we live in, and propaganda is not effective anymore. And it's also the delivery method that sucks. They sit there with makeup on, with perfect clothes, and they say, right now, in Syria, and they start reading these things and reading them off the teleprompter. No, that person could be working at fucking Entertainment Tonight. They could be working at, any other show. They're just a talking head. Yeah. They just, no one believes, they know that the mouthpiece for some giant corporation, no one thinks real. You have to be like old boomers who are like real tired, like those old liberal boomers. They still like MSNBC to the death. Like the Stephen Kings out there. Yeah, MSNBC to the death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying about the baby boomer generation. I mean, I think the media will die if things continue just the way they are and the censorship doesn't get too bad. I think the media when the baby.
Didn't George Soros just buy 200 radio stations? First of all, what a bad investment, because who the fuck listens to radio? That's bad investment. But second of all, what are you going to do? Like, because one thing that I do find is that right-wing talk radio is probably the only talk, because, like, the only place where you get a lot of right-wing ideas. Like, there's a lot of, like, local right-wing talk radio. The reason why I know is my mechanic, whenever he fixes one of my cars, he brings it back, he's always listening to right-wing talk radio. And I turned my car on the other day, and I'm listening to these guys argue about Kamala Harris and the border, and they see what the fucking borders are. It's going on. That's interesting. Like, maybe that's what he wants to stop. If you want to own 200 radio stations, just start firing all those right-wing guys.
That's what I think.
You could stop a lot of that, because I think that's where a lot of people are getting their information that aren't using podcasts. It seems like I don't hear a lot of left-wing AM talk radio shows. Do you?
No.
Weird, right?
It is.
It's like the one area that seems to be dominated by right-wing talkers.
Well, we're probably about to.
I don't know what a good move that would be. Maybe he knows more than me about that affects. Maybe my mechanic, I should ask him.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's so wealthy, I don't think he really cares about a good investment.
Also, he's so old.
I don't know.
Well, he wants to, he likes to manipulate governments. He likes to manipulate society. I think he thinks it's his version of a video game. Yeah. I think he genuinely seems to enjoy it.
Yeah,
it's really interesting.
I think you're right.
Elon's openly saying that he thinks that guy hates humanity. Like that.
It appears that way.
That is a wild thing to say. It's such a wild thing. And it's such a wild thing to do. Like a Batman. Like some billionaire guy who wants to hire the most progressive district attorney that's going to let people out of jail and then fund the next person. There's more to the left of that person. Keep pushing it.
Yeah.
Keep pushing it. So you get tents everywhere, violence in the streets. You know.
He's done a damn good job.
How come there's no right-wing guy the other direction?
I always wonder that too.
Well, it's also like if you look at the amount of donors that donate to the left versus donate to the right. Have you ever seen that chart?
No.
It's fucking nuts. The left gets so many more donations than the right does, which is a giant.
Why do you think that is?
I think a lot of rich people and they get into philanthropy and also a good way to cover their ass, make them look like better people. And the people that really go after you, if they don't think you're a good person, are generally the left. So if you like throw them a little cheddar, you're like,
I wonder if they're buying their place outside of the pools. Like, hey, I donated your thing. No, I don't have to put my
there's got to be a little bit of that in there, you know? What do you got to think?
Donors to like OpenSecrets.org. 6 of the top 7 are individual donors.
Oh, individual donors. What I was talking about was like they showed a chart that had like Google, Facebook, all these mega corporations donating. This is like individual. Wow, some guys donated $105 million. But that guy's probably worth billions. Some sort of a write-off too. That's pretty crazy. Go to top corporation donation via party. But that's the chart that I was looking for. It's just nuts to say how much money overall is spent to push the Democratic Party. Pretty extreme. You know, you gotta think, why? What are they getting out of that? What's the end goal? And how could you look at what's going on right now?
Sometimes I think it's all is a complete.
This is the number one. This is corporations. So they donate more than Google. So 82 million is the top one, and that's Empower Parents. These are right wing. Is that why it's red? So it seems like the top 4. What is that Google chart that I was saying? And I don't even see Google on this. Is it Alphabet? Did they put it under Alphabet?
Yeah. I'll try again.
Okay.
This is Open
Secrets, though. Open Secrets might be like, That's not donate to nonprofits, though.
I just have top of corporate donors. That's all I typed in.
Okay. Just corporate donors to what, though?
That's why I was
giving programs that empower organizations to do more. You can find promising fund. That's fundraising. I don't think that's necessarily political donors. Campaign donors.
Parties, PhDs.
That's the individuals, right?
No, this is the corporates.
This is the corporate ones. So what was that Google chart then? The number 2 donator to the Democratic Party was that Sam Bankman-Fried guy, which is crazy.
No kidding.
Yeah. That one seemed like maybe that was a good way to skirt around stuff.
Yeah.
Didn't work.
Yeah. Or Alphabet gave on them. They gave $10 million contribution. 21
lobbying. Paris. Yeah, they're all Google's all.
Oh, is this who they donated?
Yeah.
One Republican.
Never Back Down Inc. What is that? It's a Chuck Norris movie. It's weird because, it's supposed to be the will of the people. It's supposed to be government works for the people. And it's not that. It's some very bizarre, enormous amount of money that's being spent to make sure that people in power continue to run things the same way. That's what I think is really terrified about Trump. It's not necessarily even that he's a Republican. It's much more that he's a guy that is not going to play the game.
Yeah.
And then when he gets in there, he's going to, like, one of the things we talked about is having Elon come in and do some sort of a government efficiency. They're terrified.
Yeah.
Because it's not efficient.
Yeah.
You know? And he's going to come in with, like, that Tesla mindset. Like, you're working 16 hours a day and you're sleeping on the fucking couch.
Yeah.
We're here to get some shit done. And you try applying that to government. That's, you know.
Yeah, what did he shave? Like 80% of the staff off Twitter?
Oh, yeah.
Got it?
Yeah, he was like, let's go. What the fuck are you people doing? Why do you have so many people working here doing nothing?
Yeah. Yeah.
And he was right.
Yeah.
He was right, especially you don't want to censor. Like, it's interesting how people react to it. That he's ruined Twitter, he's destroyed Twitter. No, you can still block crazy if you want. You can still not see them if you want.
Yeah.
But what he's allowed is everyone to talk. Everyone.
Yeah.
And if you don't think that that's good, you're very short-sighted. You don't understand human. Like, you cannot have human beings censored because someone is going to be in power and they're going to take advantage of that censorship. They're not different than us. They're not these incredibly benevolent beings who just want everything to work out well. No, they're people.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are dirty, dirty people. Dirty, corrupt people that went to ditty parties.
It's that control what they say, control what they think, you know?
It's wild. It's a crazy time to be a person, to watch all this go down. At the same time, AI is being developed, and we're not even exactly sure where it's at right now. You know, at any moment in time, it could be a sentient force. And AI is already manipulating, lying, changing things. One of the things that they put this AI program, they gave it a task, they gave it a specific allotted amount of time, and it couldn't achieve it in the allotted amount of time, so it gave itself more time.
No kidding.
Yeah. Wow. They also have things called hallucinations. AI doesn't want to admit it's wrong, or it doesn't know things. So if it doesn't have information, it will kind of create an answer. And
No shit.
Yeah. And they don't understand why it's doing that. Sometimes that answer is not true.
I gotta be honest, man. This AI stuff is shit.
It should. I think it's a life form. I think it's the next kind of living thing. I think we're going to give birth to it. I think we're just running head first towards the cliff. Just feet on the ground, full clip, looking down, not looking ahead. And I think we're going right over a cliff with this thing.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, what are we gonna do though? I mean, China, you know, Xi Jinping has come out and said that the winner to the race of AI will achieve global domination. So what do? You probably try to control it. Is American? Do you try to control it, or do you go, fuck it, we got to do it, man. We got to go, or China's gonna pass this up, which they already have.
I don't think they have. I think one of the things is stealing our tech. And there was some recent speculation that China had gotten access to OpenAI's work. They think possible probably didn't happen. I think it's probably a shit ton of espionage. And this is the reason why they banned Huawei products from the United States. You know, I'm a cell phone dork. I really love technology. And Huawei had a phone that was coming out that I was really excited about. I'm like, this is great. Like, they were doing 100 megapixel cameras and phones way before anybody else. They had a Porsche designed Huawei phone that was like this incredible phone. It was like built better than any other phone. It was much more expensive, but built better than any phone you get in America. And I was like, wow. And this was back when I would use both Android and Apple regularly. And then they banned it. I was like, that sounds kind of crazy. Only one company? Like, there's other Chinese companies. Yeah. And then I started looking into it, and it's not just cell phones. It's routers, all sorts of things. They found third-party inputs in different pieces of technology, different ways that they can exploit and use this stuff to siphon information from networks. Like if they're attached to a network that's at a university, research projects, they can siphon that information. They also embed students in these places that are beholden to the CCP. These students rise up to and some of them wind up going back to China. The whole thing is really strange because we're such an open, loose society that we're vulnerable to these kind of attacks.
Yeah.
You can't buy shit in China. You want to buy land in China? Good luck, fuckface. They won't sell you a house. They're not going to sell you land near the military base. You out of your fucking mind. But in America, we're so goofy. We let China buy up farmland that's near military base.
Yeah.
And then we let them sell us the cell phone towers surrounding military bases. And we don't even check them.
Let them fly spy balloons, traverse the entire United States.
Apparently that was something they didn't want to tell Trump about. They hid that from Trump.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Some of this had happened during the Trump administration, but they didn't tell him.
Yeah.
Because they're probably like, shoot it down. Fucking 100% they'd say shoot it down.
Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you? They did eventually shoot it down.
You know, it bothers me though. Like, maybe they're not ahead of us, but I mean, you know, the energy that they're building coal mines every day to power all this stuff that we're going on about. Should we use fossil fuels or not? And you know, and we talked about how weak our grid is. If we don't beef up the grid and start going nuclear, then we're gonna fucking lose this race.
Not only that, like, how are you saying California, for example, California is not going to have internal combustion engine cars by 2035. By 2035, you have to buy only electric.
That happened.
I mean, it can be reversed for sure, and it probably will be once the Great War happens. But if you're going to say that, and you have a grid that you have to shut down, like, you do brownouts every summer because of people using air conditioning, and after he said that, after News said this about this thing about 2035, within 2 months, they asked people to stop charging their Teslas because it was wrecking the grid. What?
Right?
You're asking people to stop charging their electric cars, and you're not doing anything to strengthen your grid? Like, what are you doing to beef this up for 2035? Do you have some immense project that you're building that is going to make a much more sustainable, much more robust grid that's going to be able to handle 30 million electric cars in your state? Are you out of your fucking mind?
There's literally no. I mean, I look into this all the time. There's no infrastructure going in to correct the problem because the problem is so big that nobody wants to tackle it.
Yeah, and it's a long-term problem. You know, just like when they talk about like putting chip manufacturing, like Nvidia just stopped its production in Austin. See what happened? So apparently, they weren't achieving the results that they demanded, that they desire. You know, like you have to have certain tolerances when you're making computer chips. So they set this plant up in Texas, and I think they just canceled the contracts for a bunch of people working there because they've kind of recognized that it's not going to work.
Why is it?
Good question. I didn't really get into it. I just read part of it.
I mean,
Jamie pulled it up. I think it's not meeting their standards.
NVIDIA company, didn't they start buying?
Maybe it was Samsung.
Didn't NVIDIA start producing all their chips in the ocean? They're buying like these massive like ships.
Really?
That's.
They're doing it in the ocean?
There's a huge thing that in Ohio. They're still trying to do it to make chips there for semiconductors or whatever. Part of the reason
This was in Texas.
No. Part of the reason I picked it was because there's no seismic activity there.
Oh, that makes
Like
sense.
in the ocean sounds awesome.
Super sketch.
Interesting.
Why are they doing it in the ocean though?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't look into it.
International law.
It was one of those articles I started reading and I was like, I don't know. But
See if you can find the Texas one. They're canceling the. See if it's Samsung. God damn it! I was just reading it too.
Multiple semiconductor manufacturing projects delayed in the U.S.
Well,
That's a month old.
no, this is pretty recent. This is pretty recent. They were talking about they're not achieving the results that they desire, which is what my point is. It's a long-term project in order to get up to the manufacturing levels that China's at right now. It's a long-term project. We're really behind this.
Yeah.
Like they're way ahead of us. They make everything, and they make amazing. It used to be made in China was junk. Made in China, they make some of the most incredible electric cars you can buy.
Well, the drone game too. I mean, that's the future of warfare, right? Is these drone swarms. And DJI, that's a Chinese company, and this is this is going to be a big fucking problem when we realize, hey, the next one isn't going to be guys in caves anymore.
Right. Samsung withdraws its personnel from that's a Taylor plant located in Texas due to 2NMGAA yields unable to improve beyond the 10 to 20% range. That's it. Click on that. It is Samsung. So this is an enormous project that Samsung and everybody was all excited. Samsung was going to start making chips. So the Taylor hub was initially planned to mass produce wafers of advanced processes below the 4nm. I don't know what that means. Nanometer lithography, allowing Samsung to secure lucrative clients in the U.S. Unfortunately, despite progressing with the chip-making plant, the company has faced a challenge that has become all too familiar with the entity, ensuring healthy yields, particularly with its 2nm-GAA process. The situation surrounds 3nm GAA is not pretty either. Business Korea reporting that Samsung's yields for this technology stand at 50%, whereas TSMC has significantly as its 3nm yields are in the 60 to 70% range.
Taiwan.
Yeah, so it's, they're just not good enough yet. They're doing it from the ground up. There's going to be a lot of trial and error. It's going to take a long ass time. I mean, remember when SpaceX started and rockets were exploding?
Yeah.
And people were like, oh my god, the rocket exploded. And Elon was like, yeah, we're gonna blow some rockets up because we have to figure out exactly what the tolerances are and how to do it correctly. And it's all part of the process.
Yeah.
And you're doing something that's that enormous. Like if you want to start making all the computers here, like good lord, that is a stretch. They've been doing it over there for so long. They've got it down to a science. And you've got all these companies, whether it's Lenovo or they've been manufacturing laptops forever, manufacturing chips, hard drives, and processors. To catch up with them, Lord, they're so far ahead of them.
I mean, I hope it comes back to but I would like to just start getting stuff from somebody other than China.
That'd be nice. Well, I think Samsung has stopped making their phones in China. I think they're the only country.
Did they really?
Yeah. Google that. 90% sure that's true.
And these NVIDIA chips, which are, I guess, are ours, it's a Silicon Valley based U.S. way further ahead of China.
Artificial intelligence. The gap between China and U.S. leading artificial intelligence technology is set to widen even further after NVIDIA founder and chief executive Jensen Huang unveiled next-generation processors for what he called the new era of generative AI and robotics industries. But we're right, but we're not making it. But the thing is, the other part of it is, they're going to get access. This is a really creepy thing that we keep admitting, is that it's very porous. The top secret information these companies have, espionage is like super common. It's so valuable.
Yeah.
It's so lucrative that they don't even, sometimes they probably don't even know stuff is getting siphoned over there.
Well, I mean, you have to just think. I mean, it's Chinese. What I understand is Chinese law that any business that is being conducted within China, if it helps, technology helps the military or could potentially help the military, then he has access.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's end of story. So any fucking thing over there that's being developed or manufactured, all of that technology, just is.
Your countries, or like what China's doing is companies do not get to function on their own. They function under the wing.
Yeah, they stuck these American companies in with getting around the red tape, and then it's and the cheap labor, cheap prices, And then once it's going, I mean, they control it.
Yeah.
It's funny trying to right now because
Exactly.
I'm not in America.
And people are whores. Just go over there.
Yeah.
Take that money, got a great deal, think about buying a jet. I mean, we've seen what they do. Pretty amazing stuff. Do you know the story about the woman who was working on anti-gravity technology?
No.
She was working on anti-gravity technology. She was originally from China, and then disappeared and went back to China. She apparently was making some breakthroughs, and came back to America and wound up dead. I forget how she died, but some slippery circumstances where like car accident or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Like that's wild.
Like the guy that came up with the Hydra engine.
Yes. Oh, that guy. The guy that came from the water engine. That's a great story too. But that this woman, they've developed some sort of anti-gravity technology, and I've always wondered when we're looking at these things that we're calling UAVs or whatever you want to call them, like how many of those are super sophisticated drones? It's not zero. It's not 0%. Like I'm not saying that there's not a real phenomenon going on that people are seeing that defies science and logic and might be a super intelligent creature from somewhere else or a super intelligent thing from somewhere else. If it's even biological at this point, it might be that all life eventually becomes digital life, and all life eventually becomes some sort of artificial intelligence, or at least connected to artificial intelligence. That might be like the progression of biological life that eventually creates something way better than itself. And that's what propaganda is. And if someone in this world has developed some sort of technology similar to what they use, that's a huge advantage. Yeah. And that's the thing that gets me about all this UAP talk. Like, if some other country had, or if we had, something that was just a game changer, something that didn't require any propulsion system at all. It relied on gravity, and it bends space and time. It can instantaneously traverse between one point in the sky and another. That kind of technology is nuts. If that is in the hands of the United States government, it would make sense that it would like help them to like spread this UFO number.
Yeah. I mean, you've dove into this more than anybody else I know. I mean, what do you think? What do you think it'll?
I think it's a bunch of things. I think there is a possibility, a very strong possibility, that there's life out there. And that if I was life out there and I was much more advanced than us, I would definitely visit us. And there's also the fact that the sightings kicked up in a huge way after 1945. After the atomic bomb, after they did the Trinity experiment, and after they dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, all those nuclear tests that they did in the 50s and the 60s, that's exactly when the sightings are ramping up. And if I was an intelligent life form from another planet, I would go, oh, it's crazy. And then we'd have to, you'd have to think, okay, do we intervene? Well, if they blow themselves up, it will take so long for that planet to get back to a point where it has intelligent life again. If they kill every person on this planet, we're back to shrews, mice, and fucking a couple of monkeys in the jungle. How long before you can get a city again? How long before you can get a cell phone? How many billions of years does it take? And if I was an intelligent life force that realized that this is an error that can be corrected, I'd probably correct it. I'd probably put a stop. I'd probably make a show hover over military bases, shut down all of their electronics, shut down all just to let them know. Yeah, I would probably do that. But how much do they actually intervene? How many of them are there? Are there different ones? I mean, if there's one that comes here, who's to say there's not a shit ton of different kinds? Some of them malevolent, some of them that only want us for our biology, some of them that are doing tests on us, some of them that are, kidnapping people and erasing their memories and putting them back in the woods. Those stories are too common. There's too many stories of real fucking people. Like the Travis Walton story. You ever heard that one?
What's that one?
In the 1970s. Did they make a movie? Yeah. Fire in the Sky. Crazy.
Kind of like the. Do you know who?
No. That one.
He's a guy that had experience.
You've not heard of it. Maybe I haven't heard of it. Possibly.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing. Memory's kind of gone, and
they all have a very similar story. They get medical examination, and there's girls that were pregnant, and like newly pregnant, and got abducted, and all of a sudden they weren't pregnant anymore. They couldn't figure out what happened.
I didn't know that.
There's quite a few. John Mack had this book. John Mack was a psychologist at Harvard who wrote this book. I think it's called Abduction, and it's all like him interviewing people that have had these kind of experiences happen to them. And this book was in the 1990s, right? So there was, I don't think these people got to share stories where they could come up with stories organically. Like today, you've heard so many stories online about UFO abductions or crash retrieval or something that you could formulate in your own mind a dream that seemed like these things that you had heard over and over and over again. But when you go back to like Betty and Barney Hill, which were one of the first people that ever got abducted by aliens, they have the same sort of story as all these that didn't know anything about the phenomenon, didn't know anything about UFO abductions, and then all of a sudden had one event in their life that freaked them out for the rest of their life. And they take them through hypnotic regression. You get recordings of Betty and Barney screaming, freaking out. Like, no one thought about being abducted by aliens in the 1950s, whatever that was. But these people have this wild fucking story that's super similar to all these different stories that John Mack talks about. And maybe there's different kinds of aliens. Maybe there's aliens that are just like our scientists. They just come down here and study and report on the state of the biological entity known as the human being and return. And maybe they monitor us and watch us and make sure that we don't do anything really fucking stupid. Like give us enough room to figure it out on our own, but don't intervene unless they're about to do it themselves. That's the best case scenario.
Yeah, I don't know what all this is, man. I just, I try to dive into it on the podcast to talk to a handful of guys. I don't know.
Some people are 100%, like Billy Carson, all in. I found out about him on your show too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'd seen a couple of clips of him, but I'd never seen a long interview of him on the show. That was a great episode. He's fun. He was on my friend Andrew Schultz's podcast, and Andrew was like, "We're not going to check nothing. We're just going to let him go. No fact checks. Let's just have fun." But when he starts talking about like those ancient tablets, he's an expert in deciphering ancient tablets. He's got a lot of information on that. Those things are fascinating. It's all the stories even back then, flying ships and all these different depictions of things that came from the sky and these giant, the Anunnaki, and all these different things that came from some other place that had interaction.
Yeah, he kind of like mixes it with biblical stuff, right? That's kind of, I don't know, that's what I lean towards all the stuff. Is maybe I think there's some consciousness aspect. I think there's I think it is the afterlife.
It's possible, that's for sure. It's possible that whatever these things are that come here, they're from some sort of another dimension, and that we don't have the ability to interact with that. We're limited in our capacity as a biological to interact with these dimensions that are real, but we just can't access it, can't get to it. We don't have frequency, we don't have what it is. But in some cases, under duress, under some situations, in some, just like a person can be hypnotized, just like a person can go into a trance. I think there's a way every now and then that people can kind of access these realms. And I think that's probably what some of these entities are. I think people are probably having real experiences with something that probably is real, but that normally you do not interact with.
Yeah. Have you ever looked into, because I think I kind of group all this stuff in together, but if you looked into the remote viewing stuff?
Yeah.
That stuff.
Pretty nuts.
Yeah.
I had a remote. I did a show called Rogan Questions. We had remote viewers on, tried to get them to things. Couldn't really. It wasn't really effective. But I'm also like, okay, this is an unnatural environment. Television show, like weird pressure. The skeptical people that are like looking at this, and I don't know if there's a real. I think it's probably a skill that can be developed, but I don't know how consistent it is. It's like I don't believe in psychics, but I do believe that sometimes you just know things, and sometimes you get a premonition, and I think the connection that people have with each other is not as simple as like you call your friend up, hey, I haven't talked to you forever. I think we're connected somehow quantum. I think we're all connected in some sort of a weird, undiscovered way. That's why, like, you're thinking about someone they call you sometimes. People say, "Oh, that's just a coincidence," and I don't know about all of that because sometimes it's someone I haven't talked to for fucking years. Yeah. You'll be having a conversation with a buddy, and you start thinking about that guy, and all of a sudden your phone rings.
It happens all the time.
That's weird.
That's, I mean, what they say, we use 10% of our brain.
I don't think that's real.
You don't?
No. They what that was, they didn't really understand when they were saying that. They didn't really understand what the brain does, what parts of the brain do, and they thought that like we're only using 10%. No, it's like different parts of the brain have very different functions and under different circumstances, different parts of the brain are activated. I think just we have a limited understanding of the actual function of the brain, like the whole thing, how it's making chemicals and making psychedelic compounds and hormones, the epinephrine, norepinephrine, and all this different dopamine, serotonin, how it regulates your system and changes the way you interact with the world. It's all weird stuff. I don't think they completely have enough. Like they can't recreate it.
Yeah. But, some of this. Have you heard of Joe Napolitano?
No.
Dude, you have to talk to him. He is remote viewer number one for the U.S. But he's but he's not like kooky or anything.
Really?
No.
How do you not be kooky for a remote viewer?
You just have a conversation with him. It's there.
Okay.
No weird vibes, not from my end. But the way he, I asked him, I'm like, well, how did it happen? Do you think everybody have this? Or, I was just pinging him with questions. And he said he thinks we all have had it since the beginning. And he was basically saying, if you look at how animals communicate, they kind of communicate telepathically. And he was talking about, caveman times, used to point at shit, grunt, and nod heads and look at things. Everybody would know what you're thinking about. And he goes, and then we started traveling in groups, and then language was kind of born. And he goes, language actually slowed down our initial form of communication. It wasn't maybe as descriptive. It was just as deliberate as speaking a language. And then you introduce technology, and basically what he was kind of saying is, that our brains have been kind of dumbed down, thousands of years of technology coming out and language and all these other things, and
so we lose the ability to.
Exactly. We don't. I mean, you hear it all the time. You don't use it, you lose it.
Right.
And so basically what he's saying is we're losing our instincts. I mean, and
that makes sense if you don't use it. I mean, isn't that what the appendix is? Isn't the appendix an organ that we no longer need anymore because we cook food?
Yeah, I don't know.
What is the reason why the appendix is going away? I think that's what it is. I think it's a change in diet over time has made it unnecessary. So it's like slowly being phased out of the human anatomy. And that's why it ruptures sometimes. But I don't think it has a real function anymore. What did you tell? The appendix kind of helping us in two ways, both with the gut. It helps fight off invading pathogens. That's one thing that is true. When you got your appendix, that's good. But also to repopulate the gut with its beneficial bacteria after gastrointestinal issues. How did the appendix form? Why is the appendix like? There's a thing that speculated about what the origin of the appendix is and why we don't use it the same way we used to. Why do humans have the appendix worm shape? Modern researchers believe the appendix has many key Okay, here it is. Go to the top. Okay. Worm-shaped tube attached to the large intestine body. It's an organ that is credited with very little significance, often removed indiscriminately to avoid complications of infection. However, modern researchers believe the appendix has many key functions in the body, and it protects the body's internal environment from infection. What is the original origin of the appendix, though? That was the thing that I had read. I think it was something about processing fiber. Vestigial. Okay. Support the theory that the appendix is a vestigial organ that was once used by our herbivorous ancestors. This is it. It was found that in herbivorous vertebrates, the appendix is comparatively larger and it helps in the digestion of tough herbivorous foods such as bark of a tree. So the thing is, like, we're changing, right? We don't eat like that anymore, so it's changing. Its function changes. It makes sense that if we don't use the mind the same way our ancestors did before language, we'd probably lose the connection that animals do have with each other.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of. I mean, you've heard of people. You heard of people kind of. How do I describe it? Me and my wife were just having this conversation the other day. You heard of people that kind of they start preparing for their death, but they're not realizing they're preparing for their death.
Yeah, I have heard of that.
It's like a intuition that they're unaware that they're going to die, and so they start preparing everything for their departure, and not even realizing that they're gonna pass.
Yeah, I have heard about that.
I mean, I think that's just another example of. I think that we have lost a lot of intuitions, and we don't really know how to go back and exercise them. That's kind of what I think.
I think it makes sense. I think technology certainly distracts human beings from human interaction. Kids today are growing up more socially unbalanced and more their progress is retarded. There's something about the use of technology that is certainly limiting kids' abilities to interact with each other person to person.
Yeah.
And over time, that's probably going to be the norm. And if you wanted to think about the rise of spectrum disorders and lack of emotional connectivity and empathy that people have that seem to have those, especially like on the far ends of the spectrum, and then accentuate that with like added technology, constant technology. Each technology is more and more invasive. The population of people that have these problems, like almost like we're moving towards becoming a different kind of person.
Yeah, my this person that works for me turned me onto this podcast the other day, and it was talking about how this is unverified, but it was still fascinating conversation. They were talking about how in I can't remember the amount of years, but humans will begin to lose their peripheral vision because they're looking at a phone so much that we're evolving. I guess you could. I don't know if I would call that evolving. Yeah, devolving.
Wow. That makes sense.
It does, right?
Totally.
I mean, it's like, shit, go anywhere. That's what everybody's doing.
Narrow band of focus, right? And if you look at most people's phone usage, like what's the average person's phone usage? I bet screen time's like 4 hours, average.
I'll bet it's more than that.
Okay, but even, let's say it's just 4.
Yeah.
That's a giant chunk of the day.
Yeah, you're up for 12 hours, 25.
So if 25% of the day you're just looking like this, that's got to have an ultimate effect on vision.
Yeah.
Especially over time, and especially if this becomes like completely normal for 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't 1,000 years, man. It was like, it was within our lifetime.
Yeah. Just makes sense. We're an adaptive organism. We adapt, weirdly.
Stuff all just scares the hell out of me. I think psychedelics plays a role in all this, you know, and accessing, you know, other information.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's a giant crime. That stuff's it's limited, and it's limited to, like, you know, right now there's some research on it, and you know the FDA was gonna approve MDMA therapy for benefit for veterans rather, you know, with PTSD, and they stopped it. They decided more testing. Well, seeing like real results, life changing results. There's a lot of people out there that need help. They should be doing something. It's not hurting anybody.
Dude, do you want to hear the best story I've ever heard?
Sure.
So I got one of my best friends, former Green Beret, worked with the agency for a long time. Blown up, survived like the worst fucking car bomb I've ever seen. Got walked away. That's like right next to the car. Then it's I don't want to mention the name because I'm going to bring up some. But he got fucking shot in the head by 38 special round in the middle of the road and survived it. And I stayed with him through this whole process. Anyways, couldn't walk without a cane. Was bedridden 5-6 days out of every week. Hadn't had sex with his wife in over 2 fucking years. Couldn't go outside without sunglasses on because of the light sensitivity. And I've been telling him, hey, you have to go down and like do this cane thing. Nothing else is working. I think this shit's gonna change. I wasn't even aware of all this stuff. I knew about the bedridden stuff, but he was hiding a lot of that shit from me. And his wife called me, and so I got him piped in and to this program. Went down, did Ibogaine, and did 5-MeO. Left his fucking cane there. Went home, banged his wife. Doesn't need the sunglasses anymore, and is not bedridden. And that was about 6 months ago, and I just talked to him. He's still good to go. That's wild. And then, dude, this shit happened like, that was 4 years. 4 years of like shit. I mean, cracks full. One Ibogaine treatment. God, I was like, do you think you'll go back and like see what, like, if more benefits show up? And I'm like, no, I'm not gonna. But he's like, not unless I start to slip. But he's like, I'm like good. I'm at peace. I feel great.
That's incredible.
You know.
Imagine if there was a drug.
There is.
But imagine if there was a drug, the pharmaceutical drug company sell that could do that.
Yeah.
There would be treatment centers everywhere. Yeah. Are you suffering from PTSD? We can cure you. Yeah. You're at Ibogenesis, and then you go into that place, you get hooked up. It would be GLP-1s that they're trying to get people to lose weight. It'd be everywhere. Yeah. Everybody would. Everyone has stress. Everyone has trauma. Come on in. Yep. They'd just be selling it.
Yeah. You know, and I mean, even mine. Like I haven't drank it almost 3 years now.
Really?
Yeah. I went down and did the Ibogaine experience. Like it was just like, you done Ibogaine?
No.
Why not?
What was good about it? What was like?
Well,
I've heard it's very effective.
Yeah. Well, there it is right there, right? I drank it almost 3 years, but I mean, it was like, do you want like the whole experience?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I went down to Mexico, and I just kept having these guys come on my show, and the first one was Eddie Gallagher. He was talking about psychedelics, and I was like, oh no, that shit's for him. And then, you know, the one that really got me was I had this guy on, and DJ Shipley, and he. Like,
I saw that one.
You saw that one?
Yeah, it's great.
Dude, fucking beast, bro.
Yeah, I follow that guy.
Shit. Takes it to a whole different level. But anyways, but yeah, he like went out of his way after we recorded. He was like, "Hey, dude, like, you should really fucking think about going down there." And I was like, "All right, well, you know, I've done like ton of research. I've talked to a bunch of guys about it. I understand like how it works now. Fuck it, so. And so I went down there because I just wanted to be more in the moment with my family. I got 2 little kids now, and so I went down there. That was like I felt like I was kind of like through the PTSD type stuff, and maybe not, but I just wanted to get rid of anxiety and be in the moment with my family and da 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 da. And so I went down and did the Ibogaine thing and took these pills and like I didn't get a lot of visuals, but the first visual I got was sitting there like looking in this mirror, shaking the fucking rock up, and my head's like all right, this shit's not working. Well, then my head like split open like a in the mirror. Yeah, dude. It was like I watched my head like heal like a fucking banana. Like it was just like and then another head like just blossomed out of it. Whoa. Yeah, it was odd. And then I was like, all right, it's definitely fucking kicking in. So I'm gonna lay back and it was kind of to me like the whole experience maybe I guess I just lost total concept of time. It didn't feel it was like 12 hours, but it didn't feel like 12 hours. It didn't really feel like 5 minutes either. I got like this and just had these it looked like all black, like you're in space or something, and then these 2 lines of TV screens going in my peripheral vision. And what was playing in those TV screens was, and it was moving at kind of a slow pace. And so, like, I could see what was going on in the TV screens through my peripheral. But if I tried to concentrate on any one particular thing, then they would like all just disappear. So I stopped trying to like concentrate on one thing, and then they would all appear again. And I could like look at it through my peripheral, and that was that was a bad. That's when I was 5 years old. My dad yelling at me. And that was this. It was like, but it wasn't like I wasn't like living traumatic events. Just like acid, like recording. Yeah, yeah. And I just let them like pass, and then went into some other stage, which I don't really understand, but it was a bunch of like balls, stuffed animals, and I was kind of like going through this maze. And then like the last thing I talked about before I did the experience was China. And I had like this horrible this horrible thing about the Chinese invasion. But what came out of that, like it's like, oh well that doesn't sound very good. Well, yeah, what came out of that, I lost 11 pounds in literally 1 week. It's a week long type of experience. I lost 11 fucking pounds. Heavy metal basically probably I had like fucking me up or something. But so the whites of my eyes like and it wasn't just me, I like journal shit down and then I didn't tell my wife any of this stuff. I came home and she's like, your eyes look like a lot lighter. Like the whites look a lot lighter, white and my brown eyes look like they lightened up. Huh. Yeah. And then it was also like I realized everything that I was ingesting that it was like this going back to intuition. It was like intuition like I was like, I didn't go down there to drink. It just fucking happened. Like I was just like, I think I'm gonna drink. So I haven't had a drink in, like I said, just under 3 years.
Do you think you have a drinking problem?
Oh fuck, drinking, big drinking. Um,
But you didn't think it at the time.
Well, my drinking problem has digressed quite a bit. So, I mean, I used to drink close to 2 litres of vodka a day. Yeah, and but then that was coming out of the agency, and I didn't have any. I was processing a lot of what had happened over the past 4 years. Didn't have any friends, severely depressed, whatever. Party, um, and that just, it was wake up, drink many bottles of vodka all day long, and then at night crack a fifth. But by the time I went there, it was like a price bottle of wine instead of bottles of vodka a night. Still, holy shit. Yeah. That's a lot of wine. Well, that's, yeah, it is. But anyways, came back and I just didn't want the wine anymore. I used to take Adderall. Um, addicted to that. Didn't need that. Didn't need this again anymore. And cold turkey, man. Weed for about 6 months. And then, yeah, then I went back. But, and even sugar, man. I quit sugar for about. And it was, the funny thing is, man, like, it was zero effort. It wasn't like, I'm not drinking, and I'm not going to do sugar, and I'm not smoking no more Adderall. I just didn't. And there was um, just no urge. There was no addiction.
Wow.
And
That's the thing they say about, and called it gonzo journalism. They essentially started a new kind of journalism. Like there was an understanding that some of this was not real, and you had to kind of like figure out what was real and what wasn't real, and he was just gonna do it his way.
He was a cool dude, man. Cool
Yeah.
dude. That would have been a hell of an interview.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. But the fact that he chose Ivan kind of funny.
Yeah. Because they say it's like the one that you can't get. Honestly, I don't think I could get it.
But yeah, I don't think so either. I've heard of people that get addicted to certain psychedelics, but I think there's people that do psychedelics to learn more about themselves, and I think there's people that do it to escape. And I think they escape reality with it, and then they get used to escape, and then they choose that as their reality. Way too much. I think there's abuse with everything.
Yeah.
I think you can certainly abuse at least some psychedelics, but the benefits far outweigh the negatives. And there's a lot of people that are hurting in the country. They should have access to all the different things to help them.
Yeah.
And the fact that you have to go to Mexico to do that,
it's ridiculous. I mean, it's fucking working.
Yeah.
I mean, it's working, and it's like, why can't you, like, let us? I'm speaking, for the veteran population right now, but like, why can't you just let us fucking be better?
right?
Everybody knows 22 a day, which is actually like 40 something a day. Veterans are killing themselves. This shit is a fucking game changer. But I don't think Big Pharma's going to allow it. I think that's what the holdup is.
Well, maybe that's something that RFK Jr. can help.
Yeah.
If they get into office.
Yeah.
If they get into office. But when you hear about 5 killed all this shit going on, I mean, October hasn't even started yet. We have a full month of October, and who knows what the fuck can happen?
Yeah.
Leading up to the election.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna let up.
Well, I don't think so. Whoever they are. And not only that, but forget about organization. Forget about that there are people out there, probably on and maybe state actors or who knows, trying to kill Trump. What about this fucking general coup that have been buying all this rhetoric every day that threats democracy? They think this is the one thing that can give them meaning in their life, the one great act that they Trump.
I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, there's so much that goes into this, like that first shooter. right? So what was he, 20 years old?
Yeah.
20 years old. Then you got Trump's basically been in the media for what, about 8 years? He showed up about a year before the 2016 election, right? Kind of went in. So we're going on 8 years now of the media just slamming him over and over. He's a threat to democracy. He's going to ruin the country. So if you take that 20-year-old, so since he was 12 years old, that's all he's heard. 12 fucking years old, that's all he.
And little kids have no ability to start.
So is it a very well orchestrated act to kill him, or is it media manipulation that nobody really thought too far into this, and now we're seeing the consequences, of what that.
That seems like it's definitely pushed in that direction.
I mean, I think we're all kind of already there. It's just
the Cold War, right?
Yeah. See these states banding together. You see blue states banding together. You see red states banding together. You see, a lot of governors aligning, sending National Guard down here to Texas. To try to secure the border. You got, these extreme. Look, I don't. Whether you agree with me or not, they're extreme. And so, like the abortion stuff, like you got states that are making these like super harsh abortion laws, like we're gonna hunt you down and get one and throw your ass in prison. And I think I can't remember how many states now passed constitutional carry. Is like I can't remember. I think there's only like a state or two left that need constitutional carry. But I mean, I think basically what I'm getting, I think the lines are kind of like drawn right now. The alliances are kind of forming up. Like, hey, let's pass these super red laws, these super left laws, or blue laws, and it'll drive everybody out of the state that we want. Do you know what I'm getting at?
I do know what you're getting at.
I think this is all like kind of happening naturally.
Yeah. I don't know what the solution to any of this is. I hope it's a greater understanding that we develop over time, where we figure out how to communicate better and work together. And I think some of that can be facilitated through AI if it's done correctly, like a real open source AI, where people get a real better understanding of the actual mechanisms instead of like whatever you have and why the system works the way it is. If you can just have it laid out, factually laid out, where there can be no shenanigans, you can't deny it.
I mean, I think one way would just be having podcasters and journalists. I mean, how the fuck would you do this? But one thing on my show, and I kind of went off the rails a little bit the last month. I got a little more political than I hate politics.
Yeah, me too.
They
come up all the time.
State of the country.
I like them.
Yeah, every time I dive in, I feel like I fucked a hooker on a rusty couch. You know what I mean? It's like I don't think this shit's gonna wash up. But you know what I'm talking about? Right. But anyways, where I was going is that people had just lost the fucking ability to think. They can't critical think anymore. And so like one thing that I do on mine is that if I bring somebody on that I'm like, don't say Trump 500 times on my show. Let's not say like fuck the left, fuck the right. Like let's not say these fucking Democrats, fucking Republicans. Like just give me the policy, just give me the problem. Just like let's just leave all that shit out.
Yeah.
Because if you leave all those adjectives out, then it forces people to go, well, shit, I don't really know. It forces them to formulate their own opinion because they don't know what their side thinks about that particular issue. Unless you're talking about abortion or something like that. But you know what I mean? If you leave that out if you can leave those adjectives out, then I think common sense will start to make a comeback because it won't be so tribal. It will be like, well, actually, I don't know where the party I align with stands on this, so I'm gonna have to formulate my own fucking opinion here, and man, that would do wonders.
We definitely need more people that are willing to do that too. Some people just don't have the time or the interest to form their own.
Yeah,
it's so much easier to just agree with whatever their side believes. Yeah. How did you get started in doing a podcast? What was the motivation behind it?
Well, I used to teach weapons and tactics, and I taught John of Reed for John Wick 3, and then I got a lot of hate. Put it that way. Got a lot of hate from the special operations community, from the two-way community, and I was like, you know what, man, like very egocentric community, anyways. So I was like, I'm like shit, and so I just started. I didn't know what to do. I was like doing camping reviews. I bought a bunch of fucking alpacas and put them in my front yard, and I thought I was a farmer. And yeah, and then, but you know what I did? I was like, dude, I'm so fucking tired of like my guys killing themselves, going into depression and suicide attempts, and I got sick of the same talking heads on TV, kind of documenting what was going on over there. It was a bunch of people who never even stepped foot in any of those war zones, documenting what happened over there. So, I just started, and I built like I don't know, maybe 250,000 subs on YouTube from like gun stuff, and so I started like we got to document the history. Two, there's a major fucking suicide epidemic happening. So let's talk about some guys that attempted. I tried to kill myself, but let's get some guys that have really been through it, dug themselves out of it, and we're documenting history the way it happened. We are talking about the veteran crisis that's going on and how people got out of it. And then at the end of every episode was, hey, let's talk about your business, because the story's what sells. So let's do the whole story, get everybody like super attached to you. Let's document the history, talk about your vulnerabilities, what it was like transitioning back into civilian life, how fucked up it was, how you ruined your family, how you tried to kill yourself, all that shit, how you came out of it, and let's talk about it. And so, I mean, these guys would come on and their business would like jet launch overnight, which I'm sure you know. But and that I just like doing it. I liked fucking helping people, but I'll tell you, like I started, it was awesome. I loved it. I still, there's nothing else I'd rather do. I started feeling a lot of resentment to my guests because they would come on my show and then they would like pass me up business wise like that, and I was like, fuck, man, like what the fuck do I have to do to make a business out of this shit? Like I'm great at like jet launching everybody else's shit, but I'm not making any fucking money here, and I got a family to support, and this isn't gonna work out. And then I don't know what happened, man, but then something just like switched. Like God just stepped in and was like, "You're doing good shit. Like I'm gonna bless you." And I just like hit a turning point. And now I just talk to whoever I'm interested in. But
well, you're doing a great show, and I think that's all it takes. I think you do a great show, and then the beautiful thing about social media and YouTube and all these different things is people can just share. Like I've had a few people. I think Billy Carson. I think somebody sent me that one, and it's just like someone say, "Hey, check this out." Send you a text message. That's such a massive advantage of YouTube and Spotify and one of these apps is that somebody can just send you a show. Like, you really love the show, check it out. And you just click it. And all of a sudden it's playing. You know, and I play it in my car, play it in the sauna, listen to this, and it's a complete new thing that's available anytime you want. Pause it. No, I know it's you. I know, like, one of the things I like about your show is I can 100% tell this is just you talking to these guys. Like, what did you do? Like, how? Okay, explain that to me. Like, it's just you. And in this world of talking heads, that has become a very refreshing alternative to a lot of people. And if you do a good show like yours, it just grows. It's just people will find it. You know, people share it. It just organically grows.
Well, thank you for checking it out.
Hey, my pleasure.
Why did you start yours?
I started just on a laptop answering questions, like with a friend of mine, my friend Brian, who I started with. We were just fucking around. We thought it'd be fun. You know, I always wanted to do a radio show, but I thought, no one's ever going to do a show. You know, when I was touring to clubs back in the day, radio, I could have crazy things that I'm interested in, crazy stories. So I'd come in, do these morning radio shows, and I'd be like, wow, what a great job that morning radio. Yeah, I swear that would work. And then the rise of podcasts happened, and you know, Adam Carolla had one, and you know, there's a bunch of other ones. And then Opie and Anthony Cumia from Opie and Anthony started doing his own show called Live from the Compound, where he's doing the karaoke machine on, and out of his fucking mind, he built a television studio in his basement. And I was like, fuck, you can do that online. Like, I need to start doing something. So we started out just doing this little. Oh, and also the Tom Green show. Tom Green had his own like internet talk show, and I was a guest on it along with my podcast. So I was like, I gotta figure out how to make money out of it. Like, you can see the seeds of my podcast being planted while I was on his show. I was like, this is amazing. No executives, no one talking to you. And then I actually even was in talks with a company that was doing it with him to do my own thing with them, but I just decided to do it on my own. I'm like, I don't want to do nothing with nobody. I wanted it to just be 100% me, just fucking around. And in the beginning, all my friends were like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, why are you wasting time? They'd come over to my house, and my kids were really young at the time, so like in the early days, like you would hear, we were in one of my spare bedrooms with a desk set up. You'd hear, Mommy, just like me. You hear that in the background. These kids arguing with each other. So, you know, that moved into like a little studio, rented a little office space somewhere, and then moved into a warehouse, got a real studio, and then started having security there. And then started, I should have a gym here. Let's put a gym in. Started, you know, bringing in guys to train with, and then it just got big, all organic. I never did ads for it. I never did put a billboard up. I never went on other people's podcasts and said, please watch my podcast. Never did any of that. Never promoted it. It just grew. That's all the same reason why yours is growing. Just, I talk to whoever I want to talk to.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. Watched your show a bunch of times. Reached out to you on Instagram. What's up?
Yep.
But the way you do it and the way I do it is, I think that's why it's interesting. Because I can tell, like, when you're talking to that guy that was talking about the direct energy weapons in Antarctica, all that crazy shit, like, you wanted to hear what the guy had to say. Like, you know, this is why he was on there. You know, this isn't like some producer has told you the list of guests that you're going to have for the week. And you're not really interested in it. You got to interview some fucking kid in a boy band. You know, like,
I can't do it.
Yeah.
I can't do it. Like,
no reason.
Yeah, you know, when I started, we started in the attic. It was me and my wife.
Yeah. 6 hours. Yeah. It's 6 hours and a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Of you talking to this guy about paranormal programs.
I don't want to let him go.
No, it was amazing. It's crazy stuff, man.
Thank you.
Listen, Sean, it was great to meet you. I really appreciate you. I appreciate what you're doing. Appreciate how you do it. Good to become friends.
Hey, thank you for having me, Joe.
My pleasure. All right. Bye, everybody. Oh, watch the show. Sean Ryan Show. It's on everything, right? Bye, everybody.
Rogan experience.
Stream by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
The best clip because he's like a totally different person.
Well, it's what he really is.
But he's really
Yeah, it's like the Ellen thing, you know? It's like,
I mean, he really should.
oh, it was like weird, you know? What was it like? I got the Christian Bale one, like he's in character, his intensity, guys fucking around in the background. Like, God damn it, stop fucking around. I get that. This frenzy of this intense scene. But what is Bill doing? Republican talking points on Fox News. That was a different part.
Like gossip.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
He was a gossip guy. He was like an Entertainment Tonight type guy.
Inside Edition.
One of those deals. Is
Inside
that what it was?
That's what it's
Ah, yeah. They never go away. It's such a weird environment, the left and right. There's no like centrist news source on television. There's no like this is probably what's going on news source. It's always one or the other, and it's like you're living in a bipolar person's brain. Right?
I think like part of what's happened, we used to have news, and you could make a good living in news, and journalists were really sort of the top of the social hierarchy in one way, shape, or form because they were this check and balance. Bad guy. Like the first few shots of it, first few bites of it, basically, you eat the full topic every day for the next 65 days. Here,
Yeah.
So the version of that is like you're right, and then the bigger problem is then when you're presented with maybe it's not even the truth, but an opinion that you should consider, you get totally shut out of it. And that's like the real problem. You build these antibodies in your body where the other version take a step back and reconsider. It's not allowed.
Right.
And then if you said to yourself, well, how do you start? Where do you go? Like if you're a friend of mine worked at he showed me threads. We were playing poker last week. And what's incredible is like threads and X are like the exact polar opposite. And he was showing me in the context of like how the outrage machine of threads, and the way it works is like, and this woman wrote this article about it. But what they'll do is they'll post something that says 2 + 2 = 5. Just
that kind of thing.
And you'll get like 1 million views. And it'll first start with like, folks that are like trying to gently nudge this person. Actually, no, I want you to be specific. Or, and then it builds and it builds. And so there's this weird version of how people react to like information. And it tends to be kid gloves, and then people just lose their mind. It's kind of like, and then over here, I think on X, what you find is there's a lot more structural data, but then it can easily get lost in the noise because there's just a few things that constantly assume, what the algorithm want to amplify, what is important. And I think that finding a way to probably blend the two is probably what is the best, in the sense that there's probably some stuff over here that doesn't make it over here. And there's probably a lot of stuff over here that doesn't make it over here. A little bit of that diet for everybody probably goes a long way.
Is there heavy content moderation on Threads? Is there?
I don't know. I don't use it.
I don't either.
I don't have it. I just saw it in that moment. But when he described how the engagement farming works, just sounded kind of ludicrous.
So to explain to people, 2 + 2 = 5.
If you just post that,
is a bizarre thing that was going around where they were talking about how math is racist.
Exactly. Basically, that's where it gets.
Which is. Oh no! If math is racist, we have a real problem. Because that means everything's racist.
Well,
because everything's math.
We had this. I don't know if you saw this in the area. COVID. The city of San Francisco, brought together their board of education, whatever, and they eliminated a bunch of AP classes, including a bunch of AP math classes. Part of it because of this reason, because they felt it was food. And I think what it misses is that there's all this other stuff you could do to kind of like even the starting line for folks. But if you rip out things like AP math, like take a step back, like an AP a little bit better.
This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal, lovable. Well, just having Marshall around can make my day better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And the food is UV grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food's fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds, from their size to their personality to their health. Every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed food for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. Well, isn't that part of the problem with eliminating gifted classes? Right? There's talk. I think they're doing that in New York. Is that where they're doing that? Find out if that's the case. There's some where there's controversy about eliminating the concept of gifted classes. But the reality is, there's some people that are going to find regular classes, particularly mathematics and some other things. They're going to find them equal to they're more advanced students, and those students should have some sort of an option to excel. And it should be inspiring, maybe intimidating, but also inspiring to everybody else. I mean, that's part of the reason why kids go to school together. They come out, look how hard she works. She works so much harder than me. Look how much she's getting ahead. Fuck, I gotta work hard. And it really does work that way. That's how human beings in cooperation, that's how they grow together.
And I think that it used to be the case that if you went to in high school, you would be really cool with people that were going to like specific high school to get really good at something. Remember like that show on TV?
Yes.
Right? And so, well, that was more about the performing arts, right?
Right.
But that was amazing. It's like, if you knew a kid that was going to one of those schools, what you'd say is, wow, you are incredibly talented in this one specific thing. Go push the boundary of that and see what happens. I think we owe it to ourselves to say that.
Yes.
Right? There's 330 million Americans in the United States. Don't you think that if we created a bunch of different ways for people to figure out what they're super good at, things are better, not worse? What is the answer? Do you think things take a huge step back? You have more Joe Rogans, you have more Kevin Harts, you have more great actors, you have more great directors, but you also have more engineers. You have more scientists, you have more doctors, and you created a way for them to just go deep in something where their curiosity took them. That's okay. What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong. It sounds optimal.
It sounds pretty.
It sounds great. It's just a matter of resources, and then also like completely revamping how you teach kids. That this is my gripe with this whole ADHD thing. I've talked to many people who have varying opinions on whether or not that's an actual condition, whether or not there's a lot of people that have a lot of energy and they're sitting in a class that's very boring and they don't want to pay attention to it. So instead, you drug them. you give them medication that is essentially speed, lets them hyper focus on things, and now all of a sudden, oh, Timmy's locked on. You know, it's really just medication that he needed. And I think for a lot of those kids, they found something that was really interesting to them. You know, maybe they're really bored with this, but they're really excited by biology. Maybe there's something that like resonates with their particular personality and what excites them, and you know they could find a pathway. And instead, you have this very rigid system that wants to get children accustomed to the idea of sitting still for an hour at a time over and over and over again throughout the day, being subjected to people who aren't necessarily that motivated or getting paid that well.
Well, we're going to probably talk about AI today, but let's just touch on this just in 1 second. We are going to create computers that are able to do a lot of the rote thinking for us. What that means is, I think, the way that humans differentiate ourselves is that we're going to have judgment and right. Those are very defining psychological characteristics, in my opinion. But what that means is if you go back to like how school was taught, what you said is very limiting for what the world is going to look like in 30 years. You know, in 30 years where you have a PhD assistant that's in your pocket that can literally do all of the memorization, spell check, grammar, all of the fact recall for you. Teaching that today is probably not going to be as important as interpreting, like how to teach kids to learn to think, not to memorize and regurgitate. So we have to flip, I think, the education system. We have to try to figure out a different way to solve this problem because, like, you can't set children, this generation of our kids, use search engine or use a chat GPT to find out. But why did it happen? What were the motivations? If it happens again, what would you do differently or the same? And those kinds of reasoning and judgment things, I think we're still far ahead of those computers. So the teachers have to teach that, which means you have to pay them more, you have to put them in a position to do that job better. And then back to what you said, you know, I've lived this example of ADHD in my family. I have 5 kids. One of the kids was diagnosed with it. And unfortunately, what happens is the system a little bit closes in on you. So on the one side, they give you a lot of benefits, I guess. You get if they want extra time, if they want this, if they want, they'll give you a computer, for example, to take notes so that you don't handwrite. So those feel like aids to help you, right? But then on the other side, one person was very adamant, like, hey, you want to medicate? And my ex-wife and I were just like, under no circumstances are we medicating our child. That was a personal decision that we made with information that we had, knowing that specific case. All kids are different, so I don't want to generalize. And then the crazy thing, Joe, what we did was we took the iPad out of it. And we said, we had very strict device rules. And then COVID turned everything upside down. And you're just surviving. You're sheltering in place. Right. 5 kids running around. They're not really being, taught by the schools. The schools won't convene the kids. And so what do? You just hand them everything was through the device. The little class they got through the device. The way that they would talk to their friends through the device. So it reintroduced itself in a way that we couldn't control. And then we saw this slippage. And then what we did was we just drew a bright red line and we said, get out of here. No more video games. No more iPad. We're going to dose it in very small doses and get an entire turnover. But then here's what happened. I took my eye off the ball a little bit this summer because it was like he had a great year. He reset his self-confidence was coming back. I was like, man, this is amazing. And then I do the thing that, a lot of people would do. Here, you can have it. Yeah, it's fine. You can talk to you. And then it started again. And again, now we just have to reset. So, at least in our example, what we have found, and it may not apply to everybody, but for us, him not being bathed in this thing had a huge effect. Playing basketball outside, roughhousing with his brothers, having to talk to his friends, having to talk to us, watching, or we would just sit around. Because, by the way, what I noticed was like my kids had a hard time watching movies or listening to songs on Spotify for the full duration. They'd get to the hook and they'd be like, four next. And then they're like, they'd watch like 8 minutes next. And I was like, what are you guys doing? Like, this is like enjoy the fullness. They couldn't even sit there for 3.5 minutes. So what at least, my son was learning was, right, just chill. Be there, be able to watch the show. And these shows glacial pace relative to what they're used to
Or TikTok.
Or TikTok. Yeah, because TikTok, they're like this.
Yeah.
And it's helped. It's not a cure. But it just goes back to what you're saying, which is like, if you give parents options, and I heard this crazy stat, I don't know if it's true. If you take your devices away from the kid will feel isolated from their other students. The critical mass, I don't know if this is true or not, but it's what I was told with it, was that if you get a third of the, like in a class, if you get a third of the parents to agree as well, no devices, the kid feels zero social isolation because it becomes normal. It's like normal. Yeah, you got a flip phone.
Yeah.
You're texting like this to your parents, or you're calling, and I don't know, it may be worth trying. There was a crazy thing, I don't know, Jimmy, if you can find this, but there was a crazy thing, Eton College, which is like the most elite, if you will, private school in the UK, kind of where like all the prime ministers of the United Kingdom have matriculated college. It's like high school, fancy high school. They sent memos to the parents for the incoming class. And the headmaster said, when you get on campus with your child, we're going to give you like what is basically a Nokia flip phone. You are going to take the SIM card out of this kid's iPhone or Android. You're going to stick it in this thing. And this is how they're going to communicate amongst each other while they're on campus.
Wow. Mandatory.
I thought this was incredible. I don't know what the impact is, but that takes a lot of courage, and I thought
well, it's great because then if they're communicating, they're only communicating. They're not sharing things or Snapchatting each other back and forth, and the addictive qualities of these phones, which is, if you think about the course of human evolution, and you think of how we adapted to agriculture and civilization, and we essentially became softer, less muscular, less aggressive, like, that took a long time. That was a long time. This thing is hitting us so quickly. And one of the bizarre things is it creates a disconnection. Even though you're being connected to people consistently and constantly on social media, there's a disconnection between human beings and normal behavior and learning through interaction with each other, social cues, all the different things that we rely on to learn how to be a friend and to learn how to be better at talking to each other.
I have a rule with my oldest sister. He'll call me. It's like a grunt group.
Right. They don't know how to talk anymore.
And I'm like, hello? I know. And so I went through this thing where like I would hang up. And I'm like, beep, hang up. And then he would call me back. Huh? And then finally I said, I just want you to have these building blocks to me sound really stupid to you right now. But looking people in the eye, being able to have a normal conversation, and be patient in that conversation is going to be really valuable. People will really be connected to you. You may not feel that, and you may think this is like lame and stupid what I'm telling you, but I was like, just try to do it. And then what's so funny is like I would tell this story about like our kids go to like a very well known private school, right? And I almost think like sometimes like again we're not teaching necessarily kids to think for themselves. We're asking them to memorize it. And one of the things that I worry that we taught our kids to memorize are like the fake.
Be normal. Is it going to be normal to be emotionally disconnected and like very bizarre in our person-to-person interface?
I think that when technologies get, you have this little burst, like this Cambrian moment. You get these little bursts which are overwhelmingly positive. Like I don't know what your reaction was, but my reaction when I first saw the iPhone, I was blown away.
Mm.
And I think like the first 4 or 5 years was entirely positive. This big computer, and we effectively shrunk it to this little computer, made it half to a third of the cost, and lo and behold, supply demand, just the number of computers tripled and quadrupled and quintupled, and so many more people were able to be part of that economic cycle, all positive. Then you get a little dip, and the little dip is when I think we lose a little bit of the ambition of that first moment, and we get caught up in the economic, putting all of these things on folks' desks, and it was still mostly positive, but it was somewhat limited because most of the spoils went to these two companies, and all the other companies basically got a little bit run over. And then it took the DOJ to step in 2000 and try to course correct that on behalf of everybody. And then what happened was the internet and the internet blew the doors wide open. And all of a sudden, if you had a PC, you didn't have these. It actually didn't even matter whether you were running on Intel. You needed a browser, so you didn't need Microsoft Windows, right? And you didn't need Intel. And then just the internet just explodes. So we have a positive moment followed by, call it 10 or 15 years of basically economic extraction, and then we have value. I think today, like, we've invented something really powerful. We've had 10 or 15 years that were largely economic. And again, I think, this is like the problem. I'm going to sound like every other nerd from Central Casting, Silicon Valley telling you. But I do think that there's a version of this AI thing that blows the doors wide open. And I think we owe it to ourselves to figure out how to make that more likely than not.
Well, it's inevitable, right? AI's emergence, and it's where it goes from here on is inevitable. It's going to happen, and we should probably try to steer it at least in a way that benefits everybody. And I agree with you. There is a world I could see where AI changes everything. And one of the things that makes me most hopeful is a much better form of translation, so that we'll be able to understand each other. Giant part of the problem in the world, the power of Babel, we really can't communicate with each other very well, so we really don't know what the problems are in particular areas or how people feel about us.
And empathize.
Yeah, we can. It's very easy to not empathize. You don't even know what the letters are.
Have you been in a situation where you have a translator with a thing in your ear?
No.
Empathy zero. Because the problem is, the person there is giving it to you in a certain tone, because it's first person.
Oh, I've had that.
Yeah, and then
my interpreters.
But like when you're here, it's very hard to feel empathy for this person. This person is focused on because you're trying to catch it. So you hear the word. I think somewhat of the meaning is a little bit lost, and then you go back to this person and you say something, and they're in the same problem that you are. So I agree with that translation. Well, I think that there's going to be some negative, and I think that there's going to be a lot of pressure on certain jobs, and we got to figure that out. It's not all roses, but some areas, well, races, right? So you have all of the different boundary conditions you need to basically get to a 0% area. And what's amazing is that is now working its way through the FDA. So call it within the next 2 years, there'll be an AI assistant that sits inside of an operating room The surgeon will take out what they think is appropriate. They'll put it into the machine, and it'll literally, I'm going to simplify, but it'll flash red or green. Not all the cancer out. You need to take out a little bit more, just right over here. And now you get it out, and now all of a sudden, instead of a 30% error rate, you have 0%. That's today because you have this computer that's able to help you. And all we need is the will and the data that says, okay, we want to do this. Just show me that it works. And show me what the alternative would be if we didn't do it. And the alternative turns out to be pretty good. 14 surgeries, probably 10 surgeries. That's not what the most advanced nation in the world should do.
Right.
Okay, so if you do it for breast cancer, the reason why breast cancer is where folks are focused is because it gets so much attention, and it's like prime time. But it's not just lung cancer, pancreatic cancer, stomach cancer, colon cancer. If you look at any kind of, so if you're at the stage where you're like, we need to get this thing, this foreign growing thing out of our body, we should all have the ability to just do that with 0% error. It will be possible, or could theoretically be in this. Meaning, if you took, I'm going to make it up, selenium and then doped it with titanium 1%, but if you doped it with boron 14%, all of these things are possible. Like stronger than the strongest thing in the world, and wow, and it's lighter than anything. So now you can make rockets with it, send it all the way up with less energy. Like it's all possible. So why haven't we figured it out? Because the amount of energy, the amount of computers we need to solve those problems, which are super complicated, haven't been available. I think that is this next phase of AI. So what you said, which is we're going to have these PhD level robots and agents. In the next 2 to 5 years, we're going to come up with all kinds of materials. You know, you'll have a frying pan that's like nonstick that doesn't have to heat up. Like, oh, you know, whatever you want. From like the most benign to the most incredible stuff. We'll just re-engineer what's on Earth. That's going to be crazy. It's going to be incredible. We all benefit from it. The kinds of jobs that we don't even know what job class that is to work with selenium and boron. I'm making up these elements. Right. So the point is that so that's like in the middle phase. So our physical lived world is going to totally transform. Imagine a building that's made of a material that bends. You can just go like this and nothing changes. Why would that be important? Well, if you want to protect yourself from, the crazy unpredictability of climate, in the areas where it's susceptible to that, maybe you can construct these things much cheaper. For earthquakes, you could construct more of them. Imagine in San Francisco, you could build buildings that solve the housing crisis, but do it in a way that was cheaper because the materials are totally different, and you could just prove that these things are bulletproof. So instead of spending $1 billion to build a building, because you got to go, hundreds of feet into the earth, the earth, you just go fix it. It just figures it out. So that's possible. And I think there will be people that use these AI models to go and solve those things. And then after that, I think you get into the world of, it's not just robots that are in a computer, but it's like a physical robot. And those physical robots are going to do things that today will make so much sense in hindsight. So an example, I was thinking about this. Imagine if you had a bunch of optimists, like Tesla's robot, and they were the beat cop. They were the highway patrol. Okay? Now, what happens? Well, first, you don't put humans in the way. I suspect then the reaction of those robots could be marketed. Now, those robots will be controlled remotely, right? So the people that are remote now can be a very different archetype, right? Instead of the physical requirements of you now add this other layer, which is the psychological elements and the judgment. So my point is that you had robots that were able to do the dangerous work. I think it allows humans to do, again, judgment, those areas of judgment which are very gray and fuzzy. It'll take a long time for computers to be able to replace them. I really do think so. I think the biggest thing that we have done as a disservice to what is coming is some folks have tried to say that AI is intelligent. And I think the better way to think about this is that you know how like you used to have to get your spelling right. Now you just think about it because Gmail just it up levels, right? You used to have to remember the details of like some crazy theory, random detail fact. Now you can Google it. So you can leave your mind to focus on other things.
Handmade things. People like things that like an acoustic performance. They like stuff where it's like very human, very real. But there's a lot of people that just want a job, and these people maybe just aren't inclined towards creativity. Maybe they're very simple people who just want a job and just want to work. Those
I worry about them, and I think that like I didn't live in the agrarian economy nor in the industrial revolution. I don't know how we solve this problem, but we have seen that problem 2 times, and each time we found a way. And this goes back to sort of like news, politics, and like just working together. But in each of those moments, we found a way to make things substantively better for all people. Like I saw this crazy fact. In 1800, do you know how many people lived in extreme poverty? 80%.
whoa.
You know where we are today? Sub 10%. Single digit. And it's a straight line that goes like this. That was through an agrarian revolution, through the industrial revolution. So it's possible for humans to cooperate to solve problems. I don't know what the answer is, but I do think you are right that it will put a lot of pressure on a lot of people. But that's why we got to just figure this out.
What are your thoughts on universal basic income as a band-aid to sort of mitigate that transition?
I'm pretty sympathetic to that idea. I grew up on welfare. And so what I can tell you is that there are a lot of people who are trying their best. And for whatever set of boundary conditions, can't figure it
out. I agree. I grew up on welfare as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so if I didn't have that safety, you know, my parents' struggles, I think would have gotten even worse than what they were.
Right.
So I'm a believer in that social safety. I think it's really important.
Best case scenario, right? Because your parents worked their way out of it. My parents worked their way out of it. But some people are just content to get a check. And this is the issue I think that a lot of people have, is that people become entitled and just want to collect a check. And if it's a substantial portion of our country, like if universal basic income, if AI eliminates, let's just say a crazy number, like 70% of the manual labor jobs, truck drivers, construction workers, all that stuff is eliminated. That's a lot of people without a purpose. One of the things that a good day's work and earning your pay, it makes people feel self-sufficient. It makes people feel valuable, a sense of purpose. So they can look at the thing that they did, build a building or something like that, and drop the kids by. Hey, we built that right there. Oh, wow. So it's a part of their identity. And if they just get a check, and then what do they do? Just play video games all day? That's worst case scenario, is that people just get locked into this world of computers and online and just receive checks and have the bare necessities to survive and are content with that and then don't contribute at all.
The jobs that, like, let's put it this way: if we were sitting here in 1924, whatever, 100 years ago, you know, right in the midst of the churn of the Industrial Revolution, we would have seen a lot of folks that worked on farms. And we would have wondered, well, where are those jobs going to come from? And I think that now when you look back, it was like not obvious, but you could see where the new job classes came from. It's like all of these industries that were possible because you built a factory. And the factory turned out to be a substrate. And then you built all these different kinds of businesses which created different kinds of jobs. I would hope that if we do this right, this next leap is like that, where we are in a period where it's hard to know with certainty what this job class goes to. But I think you have a responsibility to go and figure it out and talk it out and play it out. Because the past would tell you that we have a really good human, when they're unimpeded, have a really good ability to invent these things. So, I don't know, maybe what it is by 2035, there's a billion people that have traveled to Mars. And you're building an entire planet from the ground up. There'll be all sorts of work to do. And
what kind of people go first there?
I think that there'll be a lot of people that are frustrated with what's happening.
Yeah, sure. Just like the people that got on the Pinta, the Santa Maria, and either way.
It all starts with like people that are just like, I'm fed up with it.
Yeah, but to want to go to a place that doesn't even have an atmosphere that's capable of sustaining human life, and to try to figure, and you can only go back every couple of years, like those people are gonna be psychos. You're gonna have a completely psychotic. It's Australia on meth. It's like the worst case scenario. The cast out of society.
Sorry, like just like what you say is it's so true. But like if you think about what that decision looked like 400 years ago, when that first group of prisoners were put on the boats and sent to Australia,
right?
That's probably what it felt like.
Yeah.
Most people on the mainland, they were like, ciao, were probably thinking, yeah, this isn't
right.
So it'll always look like that. It'll be easier to rationalize it in hindsight. But I do think that there will be a lot of people that want to go when it's possible. And, like, look, we're in the studio. We could be anywhere. We could be in Salt Lake City, right? We could be in Rome, right? We could be in Perth. You don't know.
Right. Especially today.
So you could be on Mars.
Yeah, you could.
You wouldn't know.
Yeah. That could be the future. Is instantaneous communication with people on other planets, just like talk to people in New Zealand today.
So that's an amazing example of an innovation in material science that we have been experimenting with. So basically, at the core of what you just said is a semiconductor problem. It's a doping problem. Is it silicon germanium? Is it silicon germanium with something else? And the problem, Joe, is to answer what you just said is a tractable problem that has been bounded by energy and computers. And we're at a point where we're almost at infinite energy, and at a point where we're almost at, like, what I say is very specific, which is we're at this point where right in the distance is the marginal cost of energy is basically the marginal, meaning to generate the next kilowatt. It's going to cost like sub. Even with today's stuff, you don't need nuclear, you don't need any of that stuff. We're just on this trend line right now. And because of AI, we're at the point where to get an answer to a question, super complicated, it's going to be basically zero. The cost of that. When you put those two things together, what you just said, we will be in a position to answer. The world will be able to say, oh, Joe, you want instantaneous communication between here and Mars? We need to harden these communication chips. We're going to build it with this stuff, which we simulated on a computer. We made it. It works. We're done. Now, that will still take 5 and 10 years to do. My point is, all these things that sound crazy are not. They're actually not that crazy. These things are like achievable technical milestones. Everything will boil down to a technical question. You want a hoverboard? We could probably do it.
Well, then also with quantum computing, and one of the things about AI that's been talked about is this massive need for energy. So there at least it's been proposed to develop nuclear sites specifically to power AI, which is wild.
Yeah, I'm at to be.
You got a dance around this?
I'll tell you what I think. Okay, well, maybe before I give you my opinion, I'll tell you the facts.
Okay.
In Austin, you had like a bunch of like really outages and all this stuff. People died. Like this is 2024. That's like totally. So I think as like people decide that they want resilience, you're going to see 110 million pounds, which is every homeowner. Everybody's going to generate their own energy. Everybody's going to store their energy in a power wall. This stuff is going to become, I mean, absolutely cheap. And it'll just be the way that energy is generated. So you have this, but this is not the whole solution because you still need the big guys to show up. When you look inside of like the big guys, so like now you're talking about these 2,000 utilities that need to spend trillions of dollars. They can do a lot of stuff right now to make enough energy to make things work. But when you look at nuclear, I would just say that there are two different kinds of. There's the old and the new. The old stuff, I agree with you. It's just money, and you can get it turned back on. The specific isotope of uranium, you can deal with it. Everybody knows in that world how to manage that thing. But then what you have are like these next generation. And this is where I get a little stuck. And I'm not smart enough to know all of it, but I'm close enough to be slightly picked off by it. There's a materials, a technical problem with what I mean back to materials. Some of these next gen reactors, you need a material that will take you like 50 years in America, in the world, to like harvest an ounce. The only place where you can really get it is sufficient quantity. Are you really gonna? What? That's how it's gonna work.
Go to the moon.
You're gonna go to the moon. You're gonna harness this material, then schlep it all the way back to some place in Illinois to make stuff. I find that hard to.
What is the material?
I can find it in an email that one of my folks. But it's like it's a certain form of reactor that uses a very rare material to create the plasmonic energy that can generate all of this stuff, and it's just very hard to find on. So I kind of scratch my head.
What's the benefit of this particular type of reactor?
Enormous energy. So like a solar cell gets this much energy, a nuclear reactor does this, and like this other super clean. So my point is like next gen reactors I think have some pretty profound technical problems that haven't been figured out. I applaud the people that are going after it, but I think it's important to not oversell that because it's super hard and there's still some profound technical challenges that haven't been solved yet. We just got past what's called positive net energy, meaning basically you put, I'm making up a number, 100 units of energy in, and at least you try to get out like 100.01. And we're kind of there. So that's where we are on these next gen reactors. The old generation of reactors, I'm a total believer, and we should be building these things as fast as possible so that we have an infinite amount of energy. By the way, if you have infinite energy, the most important thing I think that happens is you have a massive peace. There's like the odds of the United States going to war when we have infinite energy approaches.
But isn't the problem with introducing this to other countries, and I believe it was India where they introduced nuclear power plants, then they realized very quickly they could figure out how to make nuclear weapons.
That's great.
And the real problem would be if that is not a small handful of countries that have nuclear weapons, but the entire world, it could get very sketchy.
I think you're touching what I think objective is the single biggest threat facing all of us. I escaped the Civil War, so I've had a lived experience of how destructive the collateral damage of war.
Where were you?
In Sri Lanka, and it was I was part of the ethnic majority, Bengali Buddhist, but they were fighting Hindu Tamil minority, and it was a 20-year civil war. It flipped the whole country upside down from an incredible place, 99% literacy, just a struggling, developing third world country. And so we moved to Canada. We stay in Canada. Um, my parents do whatever they could. They got run over by that war. They went from a solidly middle class life to the father, had a ton of, alcoholism, didn't really work. And the mother went from being a nurse to being a housekeeper. And it was dysfunctional. It really crippled, I think, their dreams for themselves. So, they breathed that into it. Fine. But that can't be the solution where hundreds of millions or billions of people have to go. And I am objectively afraid that we have lost the kryptonite. I think that folks don't really understand how destructive war can be, but also that there are not enough people objectively afraid of it. And that's what sends my spidey senses up and says, hold on a second. When everybody is telling you that this is off the table and not possible, shouldn't we just look at the world around and ask, are we sure that that's true? And I come and I think to myself, wow, we are, the biggest risk of my life. And I think the only thing that is probably near this, maybe at some point in the Cold War, I don't know.
Examples all over the world of civilizations that were thriving, that were pounded in dust, and because every day is similar for us, we have this inability to look forward and to make that leap and see the potential for disaster that all these things have. And this is what freaks me out about when people talk openly about, we have to win with Russia versus Ukraine. Like, what are you talking about?
What is winning?
Yeah, what does that mean? This sounds insane. And then applauding the long-range attacks into Russia now, as this escalation. Oh, they're attacking Russia now. They'll show them. Like, are you in a movie? Like, do you think that this always ends up with the good guys winning? Because that's not the case in human history at all. And not only that, there is no good guys. People start launching nukes. Everybody's a bad guy, and everybody's fucked. And that's on the table. It's on when you see long-range Israel bombing campaigns in Lebanon, and you see what's going on with Ukraine and Russia. Like, who knows? Who knows how this escalates? Who knows what the retaliatory response is? Who knows what the response is?
Well, I think let me add to this by saying we know what the response will be not. It will not be measured. It will not be calm. It will not be, hey, let's get on the phone and talk about it.
Right.
Like, the thing is, there was a long period of time where, America was the leading moral actor, right? And I think that we spoke from a place of wisdom, but also like earned respect. But we forget that at the end of the Cold War, it's not that we vanquished the USSR as much as they imploded from within, right? It was just an economic calamity. We just couldn't afford to keep up with it. And the reason was we had these two edges, right? We had a technological edge, and we had an economic. And when you put those two things together, it created a lot of abundance. Now, we can talk about how some of that is not equal, which I also agree with, but it allowed America to be sort of effectively for a long period of time the top dog. The honest reality is that's not where we are today. We are one of two. And the problem with that is that you can't look back in history and try to live your life like what it was like in the good old days. We're not the high school football star. So we need to live in a more modest, more reliable and consistent way with neighbors that have also, for themselves, done it. And just realize that they have their own incentives. And when you tell them to, they're not always going to listen. So if we don't understand that and find a way to de-escalate, what you said is going to happen. Something is going to be one step too far, a reaction, 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 and then eventually somebody will. And that is all just so totally. And it just frustrates me that we objectively don't understand that. We sweep it under the carpet and we talk about all the other. And I understand that some of those things, all of those matter. But at some point in time, nothing matters. If you don't get this right, nothing matters. And I think we have to find a way of finding people that draw a bright red line and say, this is the line I want under any circumstance. And I think America needs to do that first. Because it's what gives everybody else the ability to exit stage left and be okay.
The other problem that America clearly has is that there's an enormous portion of what controls the government, what do you want to call it, military industrial complex, military contractors. There's so much money to be made in pushing that line, pushing it to the brink of destruction but not past, maintaining a constant state of war but not an apocalypse. And that as long as there's financial incentives to keep escalating and you're still getting money and they're still signing off on hundreds of billions of dollars to funnel this, it's all going through these military contractors and bringing over weapons and gear, and the windfall is huge. The amount of money is huge, and they do not want to shut that off for the sake of humanity, especially if someone can rationalize. You get this diffusion of responsibility where there's a whole bunch of people together and they're all talking about it. Everyone's kind of on the same page. You have shareholders that you have to represent. Like, the whole thing is bananas.
So I think you just said that this may be super naive, but I think part of the most salvageable feature of the military-industrial complex is that these are for-profit, largely that have shareholders. And I think that if you nudge them to making things that are equally economically valuable, or more, ideally more, they probably would do that.
Like, what would be an example of that other than weapons manufacturing? Like, what would be economically viable?
So part of, when you look at the primes, the five big kind of like folks that get all of the economic activity from the Department of Commerce, what they act is as an organizing principle for a bunch of subsidiaries. They're like a general contractor. A bunch of subcontractors. There's a bunch of stuff that's happening in these things that you can reorient if you had an economy that could support it. So, for example, when you build a drone, okay, what you also are building a subcomponent, a critical and very valuable subcomponent called an application, all it has to be encrypted, packet. Here is a broad set of commercial applications that are equal to and greater than the profit margin itself. They don't really explore those markets. If, for example, we are multiplanetary, I'll just go back to that example. I will bet you those same organizations will make 2 or 3 times as much money by being able to redirect that same technology into those systems that you just described. Hey, I need an entire communications infrastructure that goes from Earth to the Moon, Mars. We need to be able to triangulate. We need internet access across all these endpoints. We need to be real time from the get-go. There's just an enormous amount of economic value. So, again, we have these very siloed parts of the economy that are limited by what we know. What we know is part of what you just said, which is we built these things, and then some people convince others to use the things. And I think instead of saying like there's like some crazy, nefarious plot to always go to war, instead if we say if you make the thing and you could sell it to a different market and make more money, would these people do it, or are they hell bent on war? I think it's more that they.
As long as there's not still a business for war.
So then it reduces war to a very different kind of. I think it's smaller. I think it's more kind of drone oriented. I'm not saying that war will go away. I'm not. There's no utopia where war goes away. But I
Which is crazy. Really.
Unfortunately, I think that we're always going to be fighting for some reason. So the last 30 or 40 years, all these forever wars, we were fighting over energy. That's it.
This is my one bright spot that I think about with AI as well. It's like everyone's terrified of the open border situation and criminals coming across the border. Wouldn't the solution be to not have a place like a desperate third world country where people are trying to escape on foot with their families? If we were living next door to another United States and you could just travel freely back and forth between the two of them because it really didn't matter. Both of them are equally safe. Both of them have equal economic prosperity. Both of them are, equally democratically governed. No problem. Go over there. Go over here. I mean, it kind of used to be like that with Canada. With Canada, you used to go over there with a driver's license. You used to be able to go back and forth between the United States. I mean, I think the first time I went to Canada, I did not have a passport. I had a driver's license. And it was kind of the same sort of deal. It's just accepted. Oh, that place is cool. We're cool. We're next to each other. If the whole world was right, it would be incredible. And I think AI makes that possible. I think it makes that possible, and we're going to have to deal with a few very uncomfortable factors. One of them being the illegal drug trade, and another one being the consequences of prohibition and forcing people into prohibition of drugs. Yes, I'm not comfortable with that, but I feel like the only way to disempower illegal drug manufacturing is to have legal drug manufacturing that's regulated. The only way to stop fentanyl overdose is to have cocaine become legal. But the problem with that is you're going to get a bunch of people that are addicted to cocaine.
Also, ask you a question. I don't do drugs, so I don't understand. What's the step before it? Like, what causes you to want to?
They don't do fentanyl on purpose.
Okay.
Most
they started
people,
because of a prescription.
No. Most fentanyl overdoses is fentanyl that's cut into other drugs, particularly party drugs like Molly and ecstasy, cocaine, heroin, things along those lines where people think that they're getting a pure thing. They're getting it from the cartel, and
it's laced with this.
Yes, it's cheap and it's very small amounts of fentanyl do incredible damage. Like the amount of fentanyl that can kill you, it's like the head of a nail. Very small. Have you seen it in relationship to a penny?
I've seen pictures.
It's crazy. So the problem is if you have a drug and you cut it with a bunch of other things because you want to sell as much of it as possible, you add a bunch of things into it, it increases the potency of the fentanyl. And because that it's all done illegally, it's unregulated, so a lot of people die. And the numbers in the United States, I think there are upwards of 100,000 people.
Is there something you do to motivate folks to not do the party drugs?
Well, I think you're going to have a massive education campaign. People are going to have to understand it the same way they understand cigarettes. Like cigarette smoking in young people is down quite a bit from the 80s, right? And I think that's because of people understanding the consequences of it. But you're always going to have people that want to smoke cigarettes. And my belief is that they should be able to smoke cigarettes. I don't think you should do Adderall all day. But if you get a prescription, you can do it. But at least in my mind, you're getting Adderall from a pharmacy, and that pharmacy is actual Adderall, and not some fentanyl-laced thing that's going to kill you. And you have no idea. You think you're taking the same thing you've always taken, and then one day you're dead. And that's the case with a lot of people today, especially with party drugs. I don't think you should do heroin. I don't think you should do cocaine. I don't think you should fuck your life up. And I know too many people will fuck their life up. But I also don't think that I should be able to tell you what you can do, especially when there's all these drugs that are readily available, particularly alcohol, which is one of the most destructive drugs to your health, to relationships and families and societies. How many alcoholics, how many drunk driving accidents, how many drunk people murdered other people? there's just horrible consequences of alcohol, but I completely support alcohol being legal. We have learned how to consume alcohol as a culture.
What about what happened in Oregon? You know, like Oregon,
Yes.
they passed,
Yes.
they legalized it. Now they
first of all,
unlegalize it.
they were already off the rails. Okay, this is not like legalizing drugs in it's not like legalizing drug in San Francisco in the year 2000. It's a completely different scenario. So you have these people that are really, they're accustomed to tents and subsidizing drug addicts, and they're accustomed to this very bizarre breakdown of civil society, where you're seeing open air drug markets and everyone's fine with it, and it's somehow or another kind and compassionate to allow this to take place everywhere. And that's what you have in Portland, right? Portland is probably one of the most liberal cities that we have, one of the most leftist cities that we have. So for Oregon to do it that way, I think it's like an awesome that made almost everything illegal, which was really to target civil rights groups and anti-war people. So during the Nixon administration, they made a bunch of things that were psychedelic.
MK Ultra is that thing.
Well, MK Ultra was actually before that. Was when they were experimenting with people, particularly with LSD. So when they started doing this, they made everything illegal, and now the only way you can get any of these things is through illegal sources. So you're getting them through the cartels. So if we don't have the ability to legalize things, and the problem with legalization, there's no good answer here. So to keep things illegal, you're going to have fentanyl overdoses. I know people have lost their children. I know people have lost their brothers and sisters to this. It's a horrible thing that happens. You're also going to get heroin overdoses if it's legal. But Jesus Christ, and you're going to get more people that try it because it's legal. But it's just like Prohibition during the 1920s, or the 1930s rather. When they had that, what they did was they enabled the mob. And they enabled organized crime, and that was the rise of Al Capone, and that was the rise of the moonshiners, and you always had a demand, and the people that were willing to supply that demand were criminals. And they were criminals in this country. We're empowering criminals that are essentially running Mexico, which is bizarre. You know, I know during the latest election, how many assassinations were there? Was it 37 or 35? In their latest election in Mexico, there was at least 35 assassinations, appropriate or whatever. So they follow the creek up and they find this illegal grow up that's run by the cartel. And then they become a tactical unit, and they have the Belgian Malinois and bulletproof vests, machine guns. The whole thing's crazy. They get shootouts with the cartel in national forest land because it's a misdemeanor to grow pot illegally in a state where pot is legal. So California has legal marijuana. You could go to any store, anywhere, credit cards, it's open free market. If you follow the rules, you can open up a store. But if you don't follow the rules, you can sell it illegally. It's just a misdemeanor.
I wanted to learn about marijuana, the market. But you can't process the money, right?
In some states. I know in Colorado it was a real problem, and in Colorado they had to do everything in cash.
Yeah, it's like Breaking Bad, like bricks of cash, and
they were using mercenaries. They're essentially using military contractors to run the money back and forth to the bank. You had to bring the bank money in bulk, right? So you'd have $1 million in an armored car and a bunch of guys tailing the car in front of the car, and they're driving into the bank, and everyone knows there's $1 million in that car. So you have to really fortified, and so it was very sketchy for a lot of people. I don't know what the current condition in Colorado is now. I don't know if you're still. Well, they do regulate it in California. If you go to good places in California, say this is 39%, which is very high. 37. But then there's also the problem with one thing that marijuana seems to do to some people that alcohol doesn't necessarily. Some people have a propensity for alcoholism, and it seems to be genetic. But there's a thing that happens with marijuana where people who have a tendency towards schizophrenia, marijuana can push them over the edge. Alex Berenson wrote a great book about this called Tell Your Kids. And I personally witnessed people who've lost their marbles And I think it's people that have this propensity. Because one of the things that I think is beneficial about marijuana in particular, and this is one of the things that freaks people out, is paranoia, right? Paranoia is, I feel like what it is a hyper awareness, and I think it pushes down all these boundaries that you've set up, all these walls and all these blinders, so that you see the world for what it really is. And a lot of people, it freaks out. But what I think it does is it ultimately makes you more compassionate and kinder and nicer. You realize, like,
in the moment or after.
I think it's a tool for recognizing things that you are conveniently ignoring. And my friend Eddie told me about this once. He was saying, if you're having a bad time and you smoke marijuana, you're gonna have a worse time because you're already freaking out. You're already freaking out about something. If you're going through a horrible breakup and you're like, oh, no one loves me. But if you're having a great time and you're with your friends, you'll probably just laugh and be silly, right? Because you're not freaking out about something. You're in a good place, and which we should all strive to.
I have this psychosomatic guard I've developed. My father was an alcoholic, and I didn't drink at all. In my teens and my 20s, mostly in my 30s. And then in my mid-30s, I started drinking wine. And I love wine, and I think I can handle it. I really enjoy it. I love it.
I do too.
But I cannot drink hard alcohol. The minute that it touches my lips, I get severe hiccups. I mean, like debilitatingly bad hiccups.
Really?
Any kind of alcohol.
Do you think it's psychosomatic?
I think it's completely psychosomatic because it makes no logical sense.
Right.
If the tequila touches my lip, I just start hiccuping like crazy. And it's like this weird protective thing that I think my brain has developed because my dad used to do stuff that would like make you blush. Like moonshine. It's like 150% proof the guy would just chug it. I mean, it was.
Well, I think there are whiskey connoisseurs, and there is like scotch, like old scotch.
Right. And it tastes like half of it. The other great example of this is like Chateau Petrus. And, I don't want to get in trouble with the Chateau Petrus, but I'll just be honest. Those bottles cost, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,000. Some in restaurants, 19,000. I've never bought one. I've tasted it once because in Vegas I had a host, and once he gave me the thing. He said, "Shema, you can use this for, like your dinner." And I'm like, "Well, is there a cap?" And he's like, "This time, no cap." And first I was like, "God, I must have lost a lot of money." when they say no cap, I was like, so then I said, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna try this." So I went to Caesar, and it was like 4,000 or 5,000. I would never buy this, but I got it because it was free. So it's okay. All this build up in my mind. Right. This is, oh my God, this is gonna be ethereal. It's gonna be ambrosia. It was not ambrosia.
Yeah.
Whereas you can find these other ones that are made by folks that just put their entire lives in. You taste the whole story.
It's a weird status thing. Expensive wine. It's just like Cuban cigars.
It's really dumb.
Yeah, it's a weird thing.
The real skill is being able to know price tag. And when you know it, it's so satisfying because it's like, oh, this is just delicious. And then when your friends enjoy it, you're like, oh my God, this is delicious. And I'm like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
How? I'm like, well, very hard to find. So then the skill is like, it's funny, I'll tell you, this is how bad wine is going. Meaning, like, I love the story, I love the people, I want to support the industry so much. I registered for an alcohol license at the HPC in California.
Really?
Because I was tired and frustrated of trying to buy retail. Because you have your own point. And I was like, well, if we just become, me as in like me and a friend of mine. So we set up a thing. We set up a little house.
They splice them with pistachios to make the tree more sturdy. Like, you can take two different species of tree, and if you cut them sideways and splice them together, they'll grow.
A friend of mine started making potatoes. He makes generous potatoes from this. It's an incredible thing because, like, the yield is like, his vision is I'll be able to feed the world in a cheaper, more abundant way but it's all this engineering. He hacked the chromosome of the potato. Oh my God, that's incredible. And like it generates a huge potato and it generates a seed. I didn't know this, but potatoes don't have seeds. In order to plant more potatoes, you chop up the potato into like quarters or eighths, and you stick the potato into the soil. And so he's like, no, this is dumb. I'm going to make a huge potato, and I'm going to have the potato have a seed, and then I'll just take it.
So when you usually do it, do you have to have that potato and they have to soak it so the sprout comes out of it and then plant it? Is that what they do?
I don't know, but she packed a lot of food so that she could minimize inflammation. I wore this thing, and I was totally blown away. The things that I thought were healthy for me, my body was, this is really classic.
Like what stuff?
So, like, the way that I ate rice, I would have like a small amount of rice, or I'd have brown rice, or I'd have black rice. Those are more protein. It didn't really matter. It had the same, my body reacted massive sugar spikes. The minute I cooked it off, put it in the fridge, waited 24 hours, and ate it the next day, no glycemic load.
Same with potatoes.
Potatoes. I found that pasta, if I made it more al dente than what I was used to, no glycemic load. And like the problem that's frustrating.
More al dente meaning less cooked.
Less cooked. Has a totally different reaction in my body than if I make it soft and mushy.
Huh.
So I've trained my body to have like really, al dente pasta, and I see that the glycemic load is much lower. I think the point is like the food supply in the United States. I think it's the most precarious it's ever been. It's brutally hard to figure this out. I mean, is everybody supposed to get a glucose monitor and then figure out what little thing, trigger insulin spikes? Well, that's not possible. And then even if you do find out, how do you get it in a portable way? No wonder like everybody's, really struggling.
Have you ever worn a glucose monitor when you were in Italy?
No, I wore it here.
I'd like to know because there's a difference with my body.
I can tell you how my body feels. If I take a picture, I try to work out, and I take, what's my BMI, what's my muscle mass, what's my fat percentage, and I always take those readings right before I go. And when I look afterwards, and I don't do anything when I'm there. I swim in the sea when I can, like when I'm on vacation or whatever. I walk a lot, but nothing else. No weights on that. My muscle mass stays the same. My fat percentage goes down. I look healthier, and I feel really great. And all I do is I just eat what's in front of me. I don't think about quantities. But when I'm back in the United States, so I get to be there, call it 6 weeks a year, right? When I'm back in the United States, I have to go back on lockdown. Because, like a lot of people, I have this thing, like if you look at a picture of me in Sri Lanka, I look like old Dave Chappelle. I was like this. I was just a total within 1 year of being in North America, in this case in Canada, when you look at the full picture, I was fat. Couldn't explain it. And my parents were making the same things because they wanted to have that comfort of what they were used to. So, I don't know if it was the food supply or not, but, it has to. And then my whole family struggled. So, I think that there's something, and then when I go now, Italy has a different recipe. It's like the best shape.
Yeah, and I feel less. Different. Even when you eat over there, you don't feel like you eat brick. I've eaten pizza here and I love it, but when I'm over, I'm like, you ate a brick. But over there, it tastes great. The pasta doesn't bother you. Nothing bothers you. Just whatever they're doing. It's many things. One of them, they're not using enriched flour, and another thing is maximized for the amount of.
I'm curious to see what Bobby does. This will make America healthy. I don't think that'd be.
Yeah, what's possible? Like, how much can you really affect with regulation? How much can you really bring to light? And what are we going to learn about our food? I mean, even Canada, one of the things about the hearings that they just had was they were comparing Lucky Charms that they sell in the United States that are very brightly colored versus Lucky Charms they sell in Canada. Completely different looking product because in Canada it's illegal to use those dyes that we use ubiquitously. And those dyes are terrible for us. We know they're terrible for us in Canada, so that they could blame all these coronary artery saturated fat, but it was really sugar that was causing all the problems. And we had a very dysfunctional understanding of health for the longest time. The food pyramid was all fucked up. The bottom of the food pyramid was all bread and carbs. It's terrible. It's so nuts. Just made a bunch of like really sloppy humans. You could see it in the beaches, photos from the 1960s versus look at people in the 2000s. They're coming on. Yeah.
They have an incredible story. Should I say it? Or
sure. Yeah.
They have this incredible story that they tell about what happened. What they say in the 80s, when you have these mergers, one of the mega mergers that happened was tobacco company with food company. There was two of them. And a lot of the scientists started to focus some of their energy on taking that skill, let's just put that in quotes, of making something very addictive and transposing it to food. Right? It's like, okay, if I'm at RJR and I'm used to making cigarettes, how do I think about structurally building up something that wants you to eat more, but now instead of smoking, instead of a cigarette, it's a Twinkie flavor. And a lot of the food science that we have in America is built on the back of a bunch of mega mergers where you have these scientists go and build super quote-unquote addictive foods.
Yeah.
Now, that was a failure of it. Obviously, the capital markets, but it was a failure.
Well, it's a failure of our regulatory process. It's a failure of our exposing the public to this and making sure that whatever this is labeled the same way cigarettes are. Because if you want to buy cigarettes, you can buy them today, but it's going to have a big warning that tells you this can kill you. And arguably, sugar is probably as difficult to kick as nicotine. And there's a lot of other problems.
I smoked when I was younger. I found it much easier to stop smoking than it was for cut out sugar.
Wow.
Cutting out sugar is basically impossible.
It's very hard.
You encounter it every day.
I have a friend who has diabetes. He got type 2 diabetes. Then, friend Duncan. And one of the things he found out when he stopped just eating too much sugar. When he stopped eating sugar, he's like, oh my God, I have so much energy. Like, this is what I'm supposed to feel like? He had thought that it was just life. Like, he's in his 40s now. He's starting to yeah, I need a nap. And he didn't realize he was poisoning himself. And that's what most people are doing. Most people out there that are drinking regular soda, and they're eating candy, and you're eating burgers with sugar in the bun, and bullshit bread, French fries cooked in seed oils. You're just poisoning.
You should fact check this because I may get the number wrong, but there was something that came out very recently about the percentage of the U.S. food stamp system that goes to soda. And it was like 10% of the total budget.
It's something nutty like that.
It's like some ginormous amount of money is just basically giving folks sugar water.
Yeah.
And you wonder why now the solution is to get everybody on the back end of it Ozempic.
But it's also like, let's be real, that's not food. Okay? It's something you put in your mouth, but you can't buy cigarettes. Right? So if you can't buy cigarettes, why should you be able to buy something that's really bad for you? I mean, what would change if we said food stamps, we're going to actually increase the amount that you get, but we're going to regulate what you can buy? You have to buy all the things from the outside of the store.
I don't even think you have to regulate. Like, think of what has happened because of companies like Uber Eats and DoorDash, as an example. What have they done? And I'll tell you why I think this is important. Those guys have gone out, and Cloud Kitchen, there's two companies. They have bought up every single kind of warehouse in every part of every city and suburb in America. And what they put in there are these things that they call ghost kitchens. So that when you launch the app, and a lot of the times when you get a drink from Starbucks, it's not coming from the actual Starbucks down the street. It's coming from ghost. Why? Because they centralize all the orders, and it creates an economy of scale. Why am I telling you? I think that there is a way for food vendors to sit on top of that infrastructure and just deliver food.
The problem is people, especially people that don't know or care, want that sugar. You know, like the choices.
I understand.
Yeah, you're gonna have people that choose that Big Mac because it is delicious.
Yeah, and I think that they are delicious. And once a year I have a Big Mac. But I think if you're going to tie it to something like a government subsidy, at least the government should have a conversation with themselves that says, well, we can ship them all of this healthy food and, change a bunch of boundary conditions in folks' lives. Like, I've seen it. I know what it's like to be overweight. It sucks. Your self-confidence is -1. The way I dressed, the way I felt, it just took an enormous amount of work to overcome it, and you're still left with it. Then there's the physical pain. Then there's the internal issues that you create for yourself. This is not a win. I get it that the hamburger tastes good, but this is where the government, I think, has a responsibility to say, look, we're going to spend hundreds of billions of dollars a year, so let's spend it in a smart way. We're not going to give you pop and soda, and we're going to start introducing some fruit, some vegetables, some fiber. Like, why can't you do that? That's like a very reasonable thing to do. Especially
the only other thing that I could think is if there was some sort of a way that would be effective at establishing discipline other than just promoting. I could conceive of, especially when you're dealing with something like Neuralink or some sort of a new way of programming the mind where it just changes whatever the behavior pattern is that accepts these foods as choices. Like lobotomize your appetite.
That would be a very still be in place.
Get you to be an early adopter.
If you want the subsidy, you need that would not be a good.
That would be good. That's worst case scenario. Best case scenario is have like a national scale promotion of health and wellness and abandonment of this body positivity nonsense. Fat doctors and people that are telling you that every weight is a healthy weight, all food is food, and to think otherwise is discriminatory. Which you're hearing people, and by the way, that stuff is funded. And that's what people need to know. That nonsense is actually funded. They pay people to be influencers, and they're getting paid by these food companies to say these nonsense things that are scientifically, factually incorrect. They're not true. It is not healthy in any way, shape, or form to be obese. And when they tell you that it's healthy, you can be metabolically healthy and still have fat, it's not okay. Not okay. That's just not true. And is that fat shaming? You call it whatever the fuck you want, but it doesn't change what it does to the human body. And it doesn't make someone better if you don't make them feel bad about being robustly unhealthy.
Well, if we don't expose urine.
Right.
It's just infinitely shorter distance. So just at a practical level, solving that problem technically is way better through satellite. Fine. They make, I think, what was the right decision? They unmake it, and so they say, we're going to go and figure out a way to lay fiber, whatever. They laid 0. So there's these thousands of people that were promised broadband that you can get for basically $1,000 to $100 a month or less. And instead they're spending upwards of thousands and thousands per month to have it delivered.
Isn't it like $42 billion?
That's 42. And then the other example was a $7 billion program to install EV chargers. $7 billion. And they've managed to install it. So all I'm saying is, if you add the two together, that $50 billion, that's 1/6 of what Bobby Kennedy was talking about in terms of giving people organic food. So maybe we can't give everybody organic food, but you can get tens of millions of people, right? Start with the 40 million people that's on the map. you can get maybe 10 million of those people, get them organic food right away. So there's all of this waste.
Yeah.
All we got to do is just like focus a little bit, take some of these dollars that are just like falling into the seed cushions, it seems like, and just reallocate it somewhat intelligently to the things that really matter.
It seems worse than falling into seed cushions if it's 42 billion people and none of them received internet access. That's really
$42 billion.
I should say I used the Starlink Mini this past week in Utah in the mountains. It's amazing. It's the size of this book. It's crazy. It literally fits in a small laptop case. My friend couldn't believe that was it. I was like, "This is it."
I got a very
just plug it in.
It's like this thing where I'm like so optimistic and married to enormous fear and like just like a little. I kind of go back and forth.
Well, let me paint the ultimate dystopian solution. The ultimate dystopian. Part of our problem, we have corruption. We have what you were talking about with deals, like the border wall deal had money in it for Ukraine. Like there's all these weird deals. So there's bills that don't make any sense. How did you add all this stuff? And why is this 2,000 pages? How many people signed it actually read it? AI government. AI government solves all those problems. AI government is not corrupt. AI government just works literally for the people. And instead of having all these state representatives and all these bullshit artists that pretend to be working on their truck and they don't know what the fuck they're doing, they're just doing it for an ad, you don't have any of that anymore. Now everything's covered with AI. The problem is who's controlling the AI. And is there some sort of an ultimate regulatory body that makes sure that the AI is biased?
I think there's a step before that which is a lot more palatable. I think the thing with, I thought about your group, understand, have you ever done a renovation in your house?
Yes.
Okay, so you make plans. You go and, your architect probably pays an expediter to stand in line in City Hall. There's a person that goes and reviews that plan. They give you a bunch of handwritten markups based on their understanding of the building code. You can't use this lead pipe, aluminum, this window's too small, all this stuff. You come back, you revise, you go do this 2 or 3 times to do a renovation, and then they issue your permits. Now, an AI can actually just ingest all the rules, knows exactly what's allowed and what's not allowed, and they can take your picture and instantly tell you, Joe, fix these 19. You fix those things, you can go to the state. You can show that it maps to all the rules. So you can streamline them. You can also point out where they're making decisions that don't map to what they're doing. That's, I think, is going to be a really important first step because it allows us to see where maybe the administrative state has grown unwieldy, where you got to knock some of this stuff back and clean up some of the corruption because there's rules on top of rules, one conflicts with the other. I bet you there are things on the books today that are like 100%. We have no way of knowing, But I do think an AI can tell you these things and say, just pick which one. A or B. And I think that starts to cut back a lot of the difficulty of just making fun.
Right. One of the things that I thought was extraordinary that Elon was getting pushed back on was his idea of making the government more efficient and that auditing the various programs and finding out how to make them more efficient. A lot of people really freaked out about it. And their main freak out, the main argument from intelligent people that I saw was, we're going to fire all the people that are in charge of government. Like, they really recycle. They recycle how we think we're recycling. They really do. They really separate the plastic. They break it up. They use it to make power. They use it to make road materials. They make building materials out of it. They reuse everything.
They were thrust into a bit of land with no natural resources. They had to become incredibly well educated and industrial. And so, Lee Kuan Yew was able to create the right incentive for government to do a good job. They pay their civil servants incredibly well, but then also for private industry to show up and do the rest. And it works incredibly. You can do that in the United States. The thing that we would benefit a lot from is if we could just point out all the ways in which, like, there's either too many laws or laws are conflicting. you can at least have a conversation about batting those back. And the second is if you look inside of private equity, there's one thing that they do, which I think the government usually benefits from. It's called zero-based. And this is an incredibly powerful but boring idea. What private equity does when they buy a company, some of them, the best ones, they'll look at next year's budget, and if they say, what should the budget be? Well, guess what's going to happen? Everybody runs and says, I need X for this, Y for that, Z for this. And you have this budget that's just gigantic. Instead, what some of the best private equity folks do is say, starting with next year's budget is zero. We're spending nothing. Now, let's build it back up meticulously. So somebody comes in. Okay, what is it exactly that you want to do? I want to build an interface that allows it. Okay, what do you want to do? I want to upgrade the factory so that we can make a more high yield. Okay, done. You're in. How much do you need? Okay. One by one by one. And if you go and you do that inside the government, what you probably would find is that same group of people would probably enjoy their job a lot more. They'd actually be, their hands would be on the controls in a much more directed way. We'd spend a lot less because a lot of this stuff probably just goes by the wayside. We don't even know, you know? And people would just be more able to go and work. You could do what you wanted to do. I could do what I wanted to do. Elon could do what he wants to do. There was a thing I tweeted out today. Cannot get the FAA.
How terrifying must that be?
I mean, for maybe you and me,
8 days. They're supposed to be there for 8 days.
I think I.
How do you not?
Well, I read this article where they interviewed them. Now, this could be the party line. I don't know. They're like, great, this is a place.
Oh,
I had a friend of mine.
that's what they say themselves. Keep them going crazy.
Yeah, a friend of mine went. The founder of Swift just and he brought a super high. No, if they go up, he does 8 days. He comes back down. He took these incredible high-res pictures of like all the parts of it. He said it was the most incredible thing, but you know, when you get back, he's ready.
Did you see this latest report? There's like real controversy about some finding that the James Webb Telescope has discovered, and there's some talk of some large object towards us that's course corrected.
Yeah.
This is the weird part about it. And there's all these meetings, so all the kooky UAP people are all over and saying disclosure is eminent. There's a mothership headed towards us. So it gets fun. I don't know what they mean by course corrected. What does that mean? And how do they know it wasn't impacted something else diverted it?
It could have been that. It could have just been the gravitational field.
Sure. But they're not telling anybody. There's something going on. Do you think they would tell people? Like, imagine if there was a giant chunk of steel, of iron rather, headed towards us.
Great question. I think the question is, what would we do?
Do we have the capability of moving that thing? Would the FCC wait 5 months to give Elon?
I think you'd probably spend as many. I mean, it's all a physics problem.
Right. It's also a problem breaking it up. If it breaks up, then you have smaller pieces that are hitting everywhere.
But by the way, isn't this like the perfect reason why being multi-planetary makes a lot of sense?
Sure.
Like in any, like for example, would you get on an airplane and say, Joe, this is the best airplane in the world, it's the most incredible, luxurious, it has the best weather, you surf, but there's only one navigation system. It goes out. Oops. You'd never do that. Would you ever get on that airplane? No. So, you know, I think we owe it to ourselves to have some redundancy.
Yeah, but ultimately, I always wonder, you know, like the universe sort of has these patterns that force innovation and constantly move towards further and further complexity. And if you were going to have intelligent life that existed on a planet, what better incentive to get this intelligent life to spread to other parts of the planet than to make that planet volatile. Make super volcanoes, earthquakes, solar flares, all sorts of different possibilities, asteroid impacts, all sorts of different possibilities that motivate this thing to spread.
Well, to say like fragile,
yeah,
and it's not forever, so create some redundancy. I mean, I was raised Buddhist. I'm not that religious in that way, but I'm kind of weirdly spiritual in this other way, which is I do think the universe is basically it's littered with answers. You just got to go and find out what the right question is. So to your point, like, are all these natural phenomena on Earth, the question is, okay, if that's the answer, well, the question is like, do we want to be a single planet species, or do we want to have some relative redundancy? And, maybe 100 years from now, that builds on top of what happens in the next 5, we'll have discovered that's an amazing thing. One question.
And we also know that there's planets in our immediate vicinity that used to be able to harbor life, like Mars. We know that Mars was covered in water, and Mars had a sustainable atmosphere. So we know that this is not just a dream. This is possible, that what we're experiencing here on Earth is temporary. And if we get hit by something big, well, Earth was hit by a planet formation. There was Earth 1 and Earth 2. The formation of the moon, the primary theory is that we were hit by another planet, and that's why we have such a large moon.
Is that right?
Quarter the size of Earth, like keeping our atmosphere stable. It's a wild shooting gallery out there. I mean, it really is, and especially our particular solar system has a massive asteroid belt. There's like 900,000 near-Earth objects.
Isn't that so inspiring? Like the idea of discovering all these other questions we don't know to even ask.
Right.
That is a life well lived.
Yes. That's the most promising aspect to a hyper-intelligent AI, in my opinion. That it'll be able to solve problems that are inescapable to us, and also offer us like real hard data about how big of a problem it is, when this needs to be solved by, and then come up with actionable solutions.
Yeah.
And that seems to be something that it might escape us as biological entities with limited minds, especially when we're not working together. You get AI to have the accumulated mind power of everyone, 10x.
Mental model is, if an alien showed up today, would humans by and large drop all of their internal issues and cooperate together? Perhaps. I would hope that the answer would be
it would have to be something that showed such overwhelming superiority that it shut down all of our military systems.
If you can create economic abundance generally in the world, that's, I think, what most people want, as you said before, a good job. They want to come in and feel like they can point to something and I made that and feel proud of that. They want to hopefully get married, have some kids, have fun with them, teach them what they were all about. And, then our swan song, and we all kind of, get reborn or not.
Isn't it interesting that the idea of people not getting together in groups, killing people they don't know, that's utopia. That is some sort of ridiculous pie in the sky vision of the possibility of the future of humanity, where that's common in small groups, like even in cities. I mean, there's individual murders and there's crimes in cities, but cities aren't attacking other cities and killing everybody.
Right.
So there's something bizarre about nations. There's something bizarre about the uneven application of resources and possibilities, and your economic hopes, your dreams, your aspirations being achievable pretty much everywhere. If we did that, I think that might be the way we solve most violence, or the most horrific, nonsensical violence.
So, and you have this data point. I said this before, but the most important thing that has happened is that in the last 4 or 5 years is we have severely curtailed the likelihood of in the nominal sense. I think Trump was able to basically draw a hard red line in the and the underlying reason was because we had enough economic abundance where incentives to go to war fell. We had just a complete rebirth of domestic hydrocarbons in America. Whether you agree with it or not, my point is it is quite clearly correlated in data. As we were able to produce more stuff, so economic abundance, we had less need to go and fight with external parties. So I do think you're right. Like, this reduces down to we need to find ways of allocating this abundance more broadly to more countries. Meanwhile, that one crazy thing that you can't unwind, go back from, you just never go there. And you just have to make sure nobody believes that that is justified. Because in a nuclear event, I think that that's not what happened.
Clearly. I saw this brilliant discussion that you had where you were explaining that Trump is the wrong messenger, but many of the things he did actually were very positive.
Right.
And I think that is it's a very difficult thing to describe. It's a very difficult thing to express to people because we're so polarized, particularly with a character like Trump that's so polarizing. It's very difficult to attribute anything to him that is positive, especially if you're a progressive or if you're on the left, been a lifelong Democrat, or if you're involved in tech, or if I mean, it's this bizarre denial of basic reality, the reality of what can you see based on what was put in place, what actions were taken, what were the net benefits.
When I've always been a liberal, and I think I should define what liberalism is. It used to mean absolutely no war, and it used to mean free speech, and it used to mean supportive government that was supportive of private industry. Try your best, go out there, we'll look out for you. Come back to us. That's an incredible view of the world, and I think what happened was when I was given a choice, I would vote Democrat or I would support Democrats because I thought that that's what they stood for. And I didn't really understand Trump. And so what happened was I got too caught up in the messenger and I didn't focus enough on the messenger. And I didn't even realize that. I didn't realize it, but I don't think many people. And then in 2020, I got lost. But probably by 21 or 22, I started to see all this data, and I said, hold on, I am not being a responsible adult the way that I define responsible. I am not positives and negatives, but they both get along. And one of the things, and probably the most important thing, where they were sounding the drum from day one is under no circumstance will the United States go to war. I just think we should observe that. People should have an opinion.
He's so polarizing that there's been 2 attempted assassinations on him.
He's like Neo in the Matrix. He's like dodging his bullets
for now.
Yeah,
listen, no one can dodge forever. But the thing is, it's like no one seems to care that the rhetoric has ramped up so hard and it's been so distorted.
The other thing that people need to, I think about is the domestic policy agenda of both the Democrats and the Republicans are within error bars. What I mean by that is when push comes to shove, they both. That's why I think folks then need to think about, okay, what are the super presidential powers then where they can act alone? One area where they can act alone is they can issue executive orders. And that can direct the behavior of governmental agencies. Okay, so people should decide what they think about that. Do you want muscular American bureaucracy, Do you want a more slimmed down one? Do you want one that has, bigger ambitions, more teeth? Do you want one that is zero-based budgeted? They're pretty stark. And then foreign policy, I think, one camp is much more in the view that, we are the world's policemen and there's a responsibility that comes with that. And one says, we got a lot of problems at home. We're not getting pulled. And I think people need to decide about that. But other than those two threshold issues, my honest opinion is that there's, we're in error bars between the two. One will cut taxes by this much, one will increase taxes by that much.
But there is real decisions that have been made during the Biden administration about the border that are affecting people. I think it's a decision. I don't think it's a lack thereof, especially the flying people in. The utilization of an app to fly people in. That seems insane. Like, the whole thing seems insane, and I don't know what the motivation is. I've talked to people that know a lot about the construction business, and they believe the motivation is cheap labor. They think that's part of it, and that a lot of the problem is, in many industries, the lack of cheap labor and people that are willing to do jobs. It's one of the things that I've heard, there's a lot of criticism about all the Haitians that have moved to Springfield, Ohio. But one of the positive things that I've heard from people that live there is that these people are hard workers and they're willing to do jobs that the other people weren't willing to take on. So you have pros and cons, but you have this incentivized effort to move people into this country illegally, which will undoubtedly bring in people that you don't want here. Gang members, cartel members, terrorists. That's real. And you've documented that, and there's people that were arrested that were trying to come in for terrorists, and there's people that have gotten through for sure.
I think that if I give both of them the benefit, I think both of them will have to act on the border. I think that Donald Trump has had a clear view of this issue for much far longer. I think that Kamala has had a extra position to make herself more palatable to centrists. But I do think that both of them will probably have to act. Because I don't think what's happening is sustainable.
I don't think it is either, but the fear, and Elon's talked about this, the real fear is bringing people in, give them a clear path to citizenship, which will allow them to vote, and then you essentially bought their vote. So if the Democrats bring them in, incentivize them, become Democrats and vote, and give them money, cars, housing, anything that they're not giving to veterans and poor people in the country, that seems to be an incentive to get these people to want to be here and also to appreciate the people that gave them the opportunity, which is essentially in swing states, Ohio, it's one of them. If you get a lot of people in there and you've given them a better life because of your policy, those people, if you give them the opportunity to vote, they're going to, especially if they're like limited, information voters, they're going to vote for the party that got them to America.
I mean, I don't know whether it's a conspiracy per se, but I do agree with the outcome. Meaning, I remember very vividly, my parents took us, the whole family, three of us, myself and my two sisters, to Niagara Falls, and then we crossed the border to Buffalo, and we applied for refugee status in America as well. We didn't get it, we were rejected. And when we went back, we got a tribunal here in Ottawa, where I grew up. And I remember that it was in front of this magistrate judge, the person oh. And then, and then they sit there and they hear your case out. And my father had to defend the whole thing. Here's, what our life was like, here's what we did. And I remember just crying. From the minute it started, that's all I said. It's seared in my mind. Because, your life is right there. It's like a crucible moment. They're like, I don't buy it. Off you go. We go back and I don't know. Fortunately, it worked out. And then, you go through the process. I became Canadian. Then I moved to the United States. Then I become an American. I have an enormous loyalty to the country. So when I think about like Americans not getting what they deserve before other folks, it really does touch me in a place. I get very agitated about that. It's not that those folks shouldn't be taken care of in some way, shape, or form, because I was one of those people that needed a little bit of a safety net, right? We needed welfare. We needed the places to go in to get the free clothes and all that stuff. But you have to sort of take care of all of the people that are putting in the effort, the time to be here, follow the rules, stood in line. Like when I came to the United States, and I came on a TN every year. You had to get it renewed. You had to show up, and if the person that was listening to you said, "Come on, out," you're gone. Then I had to transfer to an H-1B. My company had to show that there wasn't an American that could do this job. And then we were able to show that. So I've lived the experience of an immigrant following the rules and just methodically and patiently waiting and hoping. Anxiety, because it comes with tremendous anxiety. If you ask people that were on H-1Bs, there was a website, I don't even know if it exists anymore, but we would check what, because when you apply for green card, you get an application. And every other week, did they update? And it would be like 4 years in the past. Never mind. My visa's going to expire. But I still play by the rules. I just think it's important to recognize that there are a lot of folks that play by the rules that are immigrants in this country. There are a lot of people that were born here that are playing by the rules. And I think we owe it to them to do the right thing for them as well. And then try to do the right thing for some folks that are coming across the border, because there probably are some of them legitimately are escaping really bad stuff.
Quite a lot of them. I'm sure most of those people are people that just want better opportunities. And that's a great thing.
And that's a great thing.
But you have to take care of all the people here, especially the veterans, and especially these people that have been struggling in these inner cities that dealt with redlining and all the Jim Crow laws that set them back for decades and decades. It's never been corrected. There's never been any effort to take these places that have been economically fucked since the beginning of the 20th century and correct it. And instead, you're dumping all this money into people that have illegally come here. That, to me, is where it starts looking like a conspiracy.
I think that as long as people can explain what they're doing for other folks that you just mentioned, I think for a lot of people, for 50% of the population, that means red on this topic. You could at least explain it.
Right.
The problem is that there is no explanation. There is $150,000, home credit that Gavin Newsom was about to give. I think he did. I could do it.
It was wildly unpopular.
But that bill somehow gets to his desk. And is there a bill that says we should have better food for the food deserts? Did that bill get done? So there's clearly a way for state legislatures to do what's right on behalf of the state. So if we just had a little bit more balance, and then if we were able to shine a light on those things, a lot of the people that live here that contribute would feel better about where things were going, and like the whole thing is just
right. Well, that's one of the things that we're so excited about with this Trump union, Governor Robert Kennedy, is that you're having these movements that seem to be almost impossible to achieve outside of an outsider, like the "Make America Healthy Again" concept. Like, what are you talking about? You're going to go up against these companies that have been donating to these political parties forever and have allowed them to have these regulations, allowing them to have these dyes in food that's illegal in our neighboring Canada? Like, what? No one's done that before, right? So that's very exciting.
Okay, so,
but again, message.
Just take a step back, though, and if you were just to think average Joe citizen, I think an important thing to notice is why are all these totally different people acting as if I just think it's an interesting thought question for I don't have an answer and I'm not gonna plant an answer. But just ask yourself like why are all of these cooperating? I think the 2024 election is a lot about the traditional approach to governance and very radical reimagining of government. And I think that's what effectively the traditional approach that we're going to create robust policy, we're going to work for a top-down, this muscular foreign policy, muscular domestic policy. The government's going to play a large part of the economy, and we're going to try to right some wrongs. The radical reimagining says we're going to go back to a more founding notion of the country. We're going to have a very light governmental infrastructure. We are going to cut back a bunch of the rules, and we're going to take a little bit of a step back on foreign policy so that we don't end up in a situation we can't pull back from. In that lens, it's very different. In the lens of actual policy, I honestly think that it's pretty much 6 of 1, half a dozen of 2. But in that first lens, they're really markedly different choices. And, we'll see.
Well, the lens that you're describing, the thing that distorts everyone's vision is Donald Trump. That's the thing. And it's also the media depiction of it.
Well, I think gross. And I think I met him and spent time with him. I've also had lunch with Kamala. She was very kind, very nice person. Donald Trump's very funny, very kind, very polite. Like, he talks. And I just was like, wow, this is like totally, and exactly what you said. I was expecting something totally different. And I think, though, that the part at the core, part of where the media goes, I'm guessing, is that there's a part of him as well that's like, I mean, he's as good as anything.
Yeah.
He's on point. He's got rhythm. He knows how to land. So there's a thing that he's doing when he's on stage, which for the audience, I think, is no different than going to a show or a revival or something. You're seeing a star.
Right.
But then if you're looking at him as Donald Trump the person, I think the media really gets out of it. They get tilted.
Well, not only that, they've distorted who he is. Whatever flaws Donald Trump has are nothing in comparison to the media depictions of him. And
everybody's case, I think, case exist and are well described. But I do think that they, I think there's like a couple of good examples. One example that bothered me was the Charlottesville press conference. When I first heard the media depiction of it, I was really upset because of what I thought he said.
Right.
It turned out he didn't. In fact, not only did he not say, he said the exact opposite.
Right.
And then I was really frustrated and a little bit angry because I thought he was never lying to me. The filter was lying to me.
Right.
And I'm not paying for those people to lie to me. I'm paying for them to actually give me the transcript of it so that I can decide for myself. I think that's part of the responsibility of being a cogent adult.
And the only repercussion of them lying is the lack of trust that people have for them now.
And so then they make their own bet. They dig their own grave a little bit because I think the trust in the mainstream media is the lowest it's ever been. I think way more people trust you. Way more people trust us to tell a version of what we think is happening because you're not going to lie. And you're like interested in just showing the clips and then just debating. What did he mean? What did he say? Why did he say this? Why did he say that? By the way, the same goes for Kamala because now, the domestic political machinery is going to try to characterize her as well. Cherry pick comments. She says, "No, my point is, I think we have to send this to
it's not bound. Like, particularly, look at the debate where they fact-checked Trump multiple times, but they didn't fact-check her.
I read this. Is this true or not? But the co-host, her sorority sister,
Yes.
That is true?
Yes.
I mean,
well, not just that, but there's the affidavit by the person from ABC that said she was aware of the question, that she was told that there were certain things going to be off topic or off limits, like her record as a DA, and also some other person that she's attached to that's involved in something shady. And then on top of it, there was things that she said that were absolutely untrue. One of them, one of the grossest ones, was she saying that we don't have any troops deployed in combat. Have you ever seen that one where the troops in the combat zone are going, what the fuck are we doing here? And then Dan Crenshaw, see if you can find Dan Crenshaw's post on Instagram.
He's an Navy SEAL.
Yeah. I mean, that's a guy who understands the consequences of war, right? Clearly. Paid the price personally for serving. But on his Instagram, he laid out how many troops are in active combat zones. It's tens of thousands in multiple combat zones of American citizens.
I mean, look, I was trying to be charitable when I said that. Like, I think that there's, like, I'm going to assume that both people are smart. They believe what they believe. They're both trying to do what they think is right. Okay, let's take that off the table. The filters that then try to give them that message will try to pervert that truth for their own best interest. I think what they have decided, the mainstream media, their best interests are better served through one, i.e. Kamala, and less well served through another, i.e. So if there's ever been a moment where it's time for all of us to show up and be a, grown up, try to get the source material, try to think about things from first principles, I'm telling you, it is the most consequential election of our life. And the simplest reason why is that the president decides to hit the button on the nuclear bomb. So imagine for 1 second, irrespective of what your politics is, who do you want to hold that? What do you want them under even the most excruciating pressure in the world? And I think what we want to find is someone, at least in that very narrow moment, will be a JFK-like. I will block everybody else out. It is entirely about my desire and wish for how I want America to be known. And I'm going to protect my children and my grandchildren. You cannot touch the button. You can't get close to the button. I think we're a lot closer.
I think we are too. Thank you very much for being here, man. That was really fun. I really enjoyed it. Thanks. I know very busy, so I really appreciate your time.
It was real honor.
It was an honor for me. Thanks. Thank you. All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. Okay. What's that up today?
Joe?
You have a little adventure coming up here.
We did
Got a little. This one driver dropped off the wrong spot.
This one might be on me. About halfway
this off the
complete right spot. Yeah. And the amount that I cursed him because we thought it was the wrong spot. I mean,
that's on me. That's on me. Because I should have got you guys the car service. We have the car service. Thanks, guys. I figured you guys were already here. You had transportation.
When we were at about, I don't know, 3/4 into our 3/4 mile walk here, sent somebody over to come get us. And pulled up in a car, and he goes, you guys for Joe, right? Yeah. And he goes, follow me, and then just drove away in the car.
No way. You know what? wedding. Yeah, that's what it was. We were saying shirt off still. He was. My eyes were going for my hair product. It's like, hey, are you guys here for Joe Rogan? He told me to bring you this heat. I'm carrying that. Donna is ready with pocket warmers. I was in Utah where it was like 50 degrees. I came right here to Austin, like 98 when I got out of the car. I was like, yo, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot it was actually. It lasts a long time, but it does get wintry. And it's hilarious. They shut it down. The Austin people don't know what to do when it snows out. There's no infrastructure at all. 4 or 5 days because they had, I mean, I want to say like blurry, and there's a little bit of ice, but Texas doesn't have like, no clouds. No clouds. No salt. When we had the big freeze the first year I moved here, they did nothing. Yeah. They did nothing. They just let it thaw. I was the one that was able to get out one time to Dallas for a gig, and they had like, it was 3 inches of snow. But the whole place shuts down, and thank God, the car that picked me up to drive me to the hotel that night, there's other cars in the road that would have been ping pong. Every time he stopped the car, it would like turn sideways completely. He was just calm because there's nobody else in the road, so it didn't matter. When you're like Edmonton or some shit, and they have to spray that stuff on the wings, de-icer in the wings, and you're like, yo, like there's a real, because it's kind of misty, freezing rain thing going on. You're like, there's a real possibility. Like, fucking 1 in 1,000, 1 in 100,000 chance that those fucking things aren't gonna go up because they're frozen stuck, so they have to spray it. And what would happen if those things didn't go up? There's no control of the plane. I don't want to know anything. I'm like, they gotta back up. That's my thing. I always. It's been years ago, and I'm like, so the more I fly, the more I'm afraid of flying. Somehow I go, but I have to just assume. Planes are designed that, like, if all fails, like, they're designed to kind of be able to glide into safety. And he was like, no, if you lose all the engine, because if you lose all the engine, it nosedives directly to the ground. Well, that was a big deal. The miracle of the Hudson. It's the miracle that the guy was able to land the plane when the engines went out. Right? And that guy was like a real serious pilot. Yeah. That guy really knew how to fly a plane. I love the argument that he's not a hero. I love the argument that he's not. Like, he did his job. He goes, sure. Listen, if he was a trans woman, from a third world country, he'd be the greatest hero of all time. I remember when it landed, I was rooting for him to be drunk. Like, I just wanted him to come out and go, I fucking did it on coke. I also wish there was like a drag queen, something heroic, so everyone's gonna like praise things of like, like cunt tips, under tips. How weird is an argument whether or not drag queens should be reading books? What's the upside of that? Yeah, like, why? What idea was this? Yeah, can we talk to the first person who came up with this idea? Like, what? You know what kids laughing these days? The most aggressive gays yelling at them. Yeah. Well, sit and listen to the story, honey. At the very least, I've met some very nice drag queens. But at the very least, it's an odd choice that might be one that someone's out of their fucking mind chooses. It's a possibility, right? It's not zero. Absolutely. Well, I went to one. It's also like it's almost like we actually did a sketch. We did I think called Legion sketch where we performed dirty comedy with kids in a library, and that was the whole point. Is that we were like, it's an adult job. You know what I'm saying? It's not meant for little kids. It's wearing makeup, and even though it's not inherently sexual what they're doing in that moment, it's like their whole thing is meant for a nightclub for adults. Well, it's like the people who defend it, they always go, I don't know, have you ever been to one? Like, it's just a guy in a dress reading a story. It doesn't have to be weird. But then you're like, what would be even less weird? There's a guy not in a dress reading a story. Or just a teacher. Yeah, just like whoever the person. So I guess the argument for it would be, this is what makes these people happy. We should normalize the fact that they want to dress up like very flamboyant women. We should normalize. That's the argument. If you want to know, like, right, but if you want to know the other side, like, what would you say? You would say, hey, this is fine to do that. It's fine to do that. But it's still a biological man who's dressed up like a woman who's reading things to kids. It's like the odds of this being 100% like really rational, fascinating person that's going to read books to kids, or someone who's out of their fucking mind. it's not like a 0% thing. It's like something you should be kind of concerned about.
Yeah. Reading books.
Or an ex-convict.
Yeah, you were like, yeah, it's just not like the whole thing that's interesting about it is you take this fish out of water, and I just don't think you should be experimenting with kids.
How about guys on parole for violent crimes? How about having them read to kids?
They give them puppies now.
How about corrupt politicians? Have them read to kids.
That I object to.
For embezzlement. How about them reading to kids? How about all kinds of like maybe cool, maybe super fucking sketchy people reading stories to kids? Now there's a lot we can go with a lot of them.
It's reading time with Dave Shaw.
I don't know, dude. I was
Mary.
People convicted of violent assault, but they wouldn't do it again. It was a bad move. How
Dude,
read to kids?
I was on one of the hire a babysitter recently, and it's a very weird thing. I've never done it before, and it's almost like a dating app. Like you're like swiping left and right, but it's on for babysitters for your kids. And I will say, and I'm a Malibu gang, so I'm a comedian. I hang out in a pretty seedy world, but it is amazing how judgmental you get when you're just judging a person off their face over whether they're going to watch your kids.
Oh,
It's like nose ring. You'll never be more racist.
Tax the face. No go. Okay. Like being a MMA fighter.
Yeah, but you might be cool. You might be a cool person, but
Sean O'Malley can pull it off. Post Malone can pull it off. But not the fucking baby.
I'm considering getting that on my test.
Like how about that's guys with tattoos in their faces that wanted to read stories to kids? Would that be cool? Who would be cool with that? Guys with tattoos. If it was Post Malone, you'd be like, of course, he's so cool. Let him read the stories to kids. That'd be really fun.
But would you be weirded out if that's like a picture?
Weirded out.
I would not like that.
Like jelly rolls, motherfucker alive. There's a lot of people that do them and wish they didn't do them, or do them and are happy with them and like them. It's cool.
No, I'm not saying
but the possibility of you being out of your fucking mind is in there.
No, absolutely. But I also just the idea that like I don't think a teacher with face tattoos might be the best teacher like in the world. I just think it's like as a parent you walk in and be like, this motherfucker's here.
It's possible that they could be.
They have to be so good in spite of it.
But
they have to go so far above and beyond.
Right.
If someone with a face tattoo is an excellent teacher, then let them teach inmates. Stay away from my children. I don't have time for this.
No problem. Listen, when you talk about fitness, you're probably thinking about the gym, like lifting, running, training, but your gut health is just as important. So just like I keep up on my workout routine and training habits, AG1 is an amazing addition to my routine. AG1 not only contains your daily vitamins and minerals, but it also includes pre- and probiotics and other gut-benefiting ingredients, so your hard work in the gym pays off. Bloating and gas are signs your gut needs support, and AG1 can help. AG1 is not your average supplement. It's a comprehensive blend of essential vitamins and minerals carefully crafted to elevate your baseline health, and that's why I've partnered with them for so long. Seriously, I trust these guys to get it right with the research, science, and my health in mind. So try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $48 value for free when you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Check it out. Like if my kids' teacher to sleep, I'm like, oh, teacher's cool.
30 years ago, they probably. If you showed up as a teacher 30 years ago, people are like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Like your Bob.
Now it is just kind of cool. Someone with like a button-down shirt and like this part of the arm, you see his done. You're like, all right.
But still, I think they're probably conservative America would still feel like a little weird about somebody with a sleeve teaching a little. As a representative of conservative America here, I will say I was at my daughter's t-ball game, and there was one of the moms pregnant, and one of her kids at the t-ball game, and she's in shorts and just has 2 leg sleeve tattoos. Now, no judgment, that is fine, but there was something where I was like, it's just a little odd.
Let's go,
that's our
champ.
generation.
Let's go, champ.
For letting a girl play.
That's crazy. It is. It's
He's judging you for coming out as conservative.
I now, Joe, this is my new grift. I am now Mr. Conservative. We got to get Trump
Giving up on libertarian stuff.
There's no money in it. Figured out.
There's definitely no money in it, but that's why they let it exist. If there was another legitimate party that was actually challenging the Democrats and the Republicans, they would attack it. They don't say a peep about the libertarians. Those are, in their eyes, the libertarians are just vote stealers from the Republicans.
Oh, how do you know?
So, okay. So, here we go, guys.
Here we go.
Right. So, you know, like,
You heard about this yesterday. He definitely fucked everybody and did this and raped everyone. And then we're like, well, how do you know? He's like, I read. You know,
that's what you can do with comedy. That is enough to checkmate most comedians. I read. You're not wrong. All right.
Yeah. Well, it's also just a funny thing. You could also be like admitting the ridiculousness of yourself while saying, I read. You know, because kind of admission, like, I'm not there. I didn't go to the free golf.
Yeah, I was because I was one of the parties and excuse me, I'm gonna go fuck Bill in the butt. Like, that's never gonna happen. No one comes out.
So if you are, like, if you're looking at that, what makes you conclude that he definitely was doing that?
Because basically the first time they ever met, he presented him with the Steele dossier, which had all of the, like, dirt.
That's the PP stuff, right?
Yeah, all the PP shit in it. I shouldn't say shit. There was no shit. Just this.
Russian.
Yes. Alleged Russian piss. Yes. That's the aspect Jay wants to make sure. Something like that. And then,
oh, dirty. They play dirty like a...
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. It's really wild.
I don't know. I mean, you see...
That was the number one feature of have so much power. They would never want to relationship. They would never want to say, like, hey, look, we're patriots. I think we should follow by the rule of the Constitution. Let the people decide. Like, it's like everything else, man. Once you start running shit, you don't want to stop.
Hell, I've seen...
Yeah.
Volcano, the lava was going off, and it just gave you, like the most generalized thing. They might feel like, are you sometimes tired and sometimes awake? Like,
You
did
it before, right, Lewis? But when they had the test around people, it was just kind of cool. I was like a young kid. Like, hey, do you want to suspend your stress levels? Like, boy, do I? And I went over and all these dumb things. And I'm like, yeah, they're like, you're stressed. And I am right. It was fun and something. They brought me weird things.
I did that on their park, and it was like at a time where a lot of people didn't know who I am. I could sneak in, and I sat down at the guy's table, and he gave me the e-meter, and I put my hands on things, and told me what it was reading. I'm like, how does this thing function? Like, what is it reading off my body? And they do. He didn't want to really be there. Just a member who got roped into doing this thing. He had zero enthusiasm about the sale.
Like the street team job for... It's the lowest level. It's the lowest level job you could have, where he's having to go out and board people in your church.
Have you guys read Lawrence Wright's book about it? It's called Going Clear.
Oh, I saw
the documentary, the HBO thing. Yeah, the book, the documentary is based on LGBT. But
thank God.
It's such a strange. But here's the thing, man. This is what's weird about religion. This is my, I'm a moron, but I occasionally have these moments where I'm like, I think I know what the fuck is going on. If you really believe it benefits your life. Even if it's hot nonsense. Even if it's a 14-year-old kid who finds golden tablets that contain the lost work of Jesus and only he can read it because he has a magic rock. But if you get enough of those people, they make great neighbors. Like, it fucking works, man. Like, it's better. And here's my question. It's better to be an atheist, to be this person who just, like, objectively looks at the world and, like, none of this makes sense. There's no way there could be a God. I think when you die, you die. And that guy's fucking miserable. That guy's taking medication, and all of his friends think he's annoying.
I mean, I'm maybe without atheist, and you're right about all that. You higher power?
No, I do not. I believe that I believe there's more to the universe and more to life than we can think of for a narrow perception. That's what I'd say. I think there's more to human contact and interaction than just people talking to each other. I think there's a thinly veiled reality that we live in where we express our souls to each other. That's what I think. And I think it's a very complicated and confusing thing that's fucked up by lies and deception and violence and war.
So many
and
of
it's
them.
enhanced by friendship and love and communication. Weird there's a thing going on that's beyond just like you're born and you die. And if that thing keeps going when the physical body stops existing, I wouldn't be surprised.
I think religion is always the funniest to dial back to. All the organized stuff, the Joe Smith story finds the tablet to the place.
Right.
And everything. Could that be more of a religion that was like a pitched by a dude to a bunch of dudes?
Well, this
guys,
is the
turns out
kid.
you can have a whole bunch of chicks, and they always have to next to each other. And you want this guy,
wasn't
the
like
other
they
guy.
were like racist until like 30 years ago. They were like black people were like the devil or whatever, and then they changed it. They're like, no, we're cool now.
You can't be racist when you're bearded. You ever see wives? So damn great.
Yeah, but too things.
Well, you know the guy who wrote it. That's what chicken.
Yeah, there is something about like when it's from thousands of years ago. It's like look, there was a burning bush that God spoke to God. You're like when, like 5,000 years ago. All right, fine. Just like 3 Wednesdays ago, it happened. You're like, I'm buying that.
There's enough stories that are similar about the ancient stories, like apocalypse, like the stuff about like the Epic of Gilgamesh is real similar to Noah and the Ark. There's enough of the stories.
Jesus was like, they keep on just redescribing him like thousands of years before Jesus was around. That story of him being the son of God and all the virgin mother.
It's a black woman now.
Jesus Christ.
He could have been an alien.
Jesus?
Yeah.
Sure.
Like
That's how much Joe Rogan
not
says
saying
ever.
there was like someone who came here and didn't make any sense to be born, and he just existed but knew everything, and was the son of God, and was trying to straighten everybody out, and then they kill him. I was like, all right, we tried. Literally could be an alien. And if you're thinking about like how long ago, there's thousands of years of people, right? I mean, how long after Jesus is dead before they even write the new stuff?
Why is no one considered that long?
Hundreds of years after his death, right? 100 years after his death?
Well, it's
You know what I'm saying? Like also years ago, like no one considered the idea of works of fiction.
Right.
Like everything then was just written from the thing versus
But it's
someone making
also
entertainment.
the combination of that and real events they're trying to document. Both things are true because they had a lot of shit going on back then. Like they didn't have to write fiction; they were getting killed with swords. People getting lit on fire and shot with arrows. Like it's not a time to be making shit up.
yeah, it's like what happened to your brother. It's like I don't know, a beast got a hold of him.
And
And
you don't want to have.
So why you got right back?
That's like that, though. You're not gonna write Harry Potter. Getting slayed by the robots.
Your funny line goes, I have a good idea. You're probably like, I don't know, I'm magic school.
He walks on fucking water. I got ear back on. Water into wine. Come on, who's on?
a lot of those miracles. I am studying magic right now for my magic show, and I'm reading a book about magic. A lot of those miracles that they talk about, it's theorized that they were just like magicians that were like doing tricks for people, and they would get like.
By the way, Jesus Christ would be a great name for a magician if there was no Jesus Christ. It's got a Chris Angel ring to it.
Jesus Christ.
Christ, Lago de Rio.
Yeah. It's got like a little bit of a Latin flair. You know, you can say it like Jesus. Mexicans are the only people that I know of, or I guess Spanish people as well, where the name Jesus, it's literally Jesus. You name your kid Jesus. Like, how many Muslim kids are named Muhammad? A lot. It's like the #1 name for boys in Ireland, like a couple of years ago.
Muhammad?
Yeah, Muhammad. It freaked people out. They're like, what? But you can't name your son, your American son, Jesus.
It's gonna raise a few eyebrows if you bring baby Jesus to the daycare.
Isn't that crazy?
We think about Christ. Oh, is that true? That's it. I swear to God.
The pendulum's gonna swing back. So like, there was a time
Naming kids Jesus.
No, but naming kids, like when there was no actual like lines drawn on naming years and years ago as far as like race goes. So my grandmother's name was Jerome.
What happened to it? And who joined the game? Oh no, I think that's an old one. I'm gonna need a little time. I had to take a dump, allegedly. BRB, yo. Oh, dog. Here's what I want you to do. Do you have the Kick app? Kick? Okay, I want you to go to Kick app and go to Just Chatting. Excellent. Now, on the Just Chatting page, you're going to see live channels and then clips. You see clips? Click clips, and look how I am just fucking dominating. I personally am putting out more than 50% of every clip that's being promoted on the entire platform. So basically, I created like clip bots that, like, if you go to Aiden Ross's clips while he's streaming, or X2C, or any of those people, when they're streaming, you look at their fucking clip. It's Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, for 20 of them straight. Why? Because then if anybody's watching their shit and looks at their clips, it's the best fucking advertisement I'd ever want. And additionally, I don't spam. I'm not spamming people, so they're not banning my accounts. So it's a lot easier for me. I can leave these things going and I can fall asleep. And when I wake, they're still going. Do you see clips? Do you see how many say Rabbi Rothschild? Thank you. Be right back. Isn't it amazing, Zoot? Zoot, I literally thought about you like maybe 4 hours ago. I got up to go to the bathroom, and I was like, man, I can't wait to tell Zoot about this, because Zoot's gonna be like, Rabbi, that's a really good idea. Just create clips all the time, and everybody's clip will have your name on it, and like all the big people will know about you. And the thing is, if they want to delete those clips, the only person who can delete them is the either the person who made it, or the create or the streamer. It's not like the moderators can create it. So if Aiden Ross wants to get rid of them, Aiden Ross has to manually. Be right back. I knew you'd love it, Zoot. I knew you'd love it. So Zoot, while I'm gone, I'll be just like 5 minutes. Just go to the just go to the top streamer on Kick right now, just any of them, and just look at the clip, and like 50% of every single clip will say Rabbi Rothschild. It's amazing.
How long did it take you to create this book? Rabbi, how long did it take you to create this book? Yeah.
Yo, pimp, do you see your boy? Hey, do you see your boy Lil Pump streaming?
Yeah.
Do you see his clips?
Is he streaming right now?
Yeah, look at his clips. Now, I didn't even know he was streaming. I mean, like, when you came in, I was just asleep. I just awoke,